All right, everybody, cameras on and stay on mute. Cameras on, everyone. Please stay on mute. Cameras on and everyone stay on mute. If your name is not yours, if your screen name is not your name, you need to change it. There's nobody in here that's named iPhone and nobody named Rule Nice Eye. Change your screen name to your name. Your name is not Rule Nice Eye. Your name is not iPhone. Sir in the white t-shirt, change your name to your name, not Rule Nice Eye. Your name. That is not your name. Change your screen name to your name. Everybody change your screen name to your name. Turn on your cameras. Everybody, cameras on and stay on mute. Cameras on, stay on mute. Everybody turn your cameras on, stay on mute. If you're in a room that's darkened, you need to get in some light.
Judge Manning can always remind us all, cameras on, stay on mute, everybody. Oh, neighbor, ride your loud motorbike right now. Cameras on, stay on mute. I hope everybody is doing well this evening. I see you in the chat. I know we had a little bit of a a partial takeoff earlier with time served. A great show to begin with, but you know how it is. I appreciate you all being here. Thank you so much. I'm back in the kitchen. I'm going to be making some food tonight. We're going to be doing an old school detention docket dinners. If you're new around here, which I sort of doubt at this point, but if you are, we don't bite. And we do some fun voting. So we have detention dockets, 1 for detained, 2 for released. You can vote as many times as you want, and you can change your mind all the time. The videos we're about to watch are originally from 2021. They're from the 323rd District Court of Tarrant County, Texas, and they are juvenile detention dockets, which is different than adult stuff. So the things you're going to hear and see are a little bit different than you normally would, but we will explain it all. Ask any questions in the chat. We're happy to help. Who we have to be on the lookout for? Well, just anybody making trouble, really. Judge Kim is our judge. He is the district judge down there, and he's in charge. So we will head over to Judge Kim now and get this evening going. Oh, I almost forgot. Please let me know what you've had for dinner in the chat. And if you didn't like what you had for dinner, that's okay. Put what you wish you had for dinner. And I am on the West Coast, so I have, oh my God, is that a freaking, oh my God, you guys, we have not even started yet. And this, I believe, is a shower cap situation or a hair mask situation. Wow. Haven't even pressed play yet. We've already got a serious thing going on. Okay, let's see what we've got in the chat for dinner. Iced coffee? That sounds pretty yummy. I don't know if that's good for dinner. Hi, Georgia Peach. Hi, These Hands. Hi, My Crazy Life. Hi, Monica. Hi, Lenny Lynn. I miss you guys all while I was slightly away from the computer today. Hi, KT. Um, I am thinking I might have pierogies. I don't, I don't know. Yeah, hopefully my computer won't catch anything. I'm in Canada, so I'm a ways away. As you can see though, it's still light outside for me, pretty early. And yeah, please hit that like button. YouTube Daddy finally let me be monetized. Thank you, YouTube Daddy. We will see what that means. So far, I don't know. But anyways, slice of pepperoni, green peppers, and onion pizza. That sounds good. Pizza. We are going to be having a big pizza party coming up, just so you know. Mostly I'll be eating the pizza, but you guys can grab pizza yourself that night. We can all have a pizza party. Um, okay, let's get going. Oh, we've got Mr. Adler. We've got a shower cap. I do have to eat something because I haven't eaten all day. Let me just zoom down into size. I like to hang out in the Zoom calls, guys. In case you're new here, it's always fun to look for me. Okay. Oh, Hawaiian food. Oh, Hawaiian food sounds yummy. I watched a lot of the Food Network as a kid, like a lot. I think that's why I have good knife skills. I don't know. All right, my friends, let's play a game. He's coming, and if it's
All right, good morning, everyone. This is the detention docket for the 323rd District Court for Thursday, February 4th, 2021. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33, we are not conducting in-person proceedings. However, we're proceeding through Zoom. And to comply with the Texas Constitution Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings online on YouTube for the public to have meaningful access to what occurs inside their courtrooms. However, the court would like to remind people this is still a court proceeding. People are expected to behave appropriately for court. So that means please be dressed appropriately and behave appropriately. This also means please refrain from any kind of distracting movement in the background. Please do not have bright lights behind your head, as that tends to shadow out your face. If you are not an officer of the court, meaning if you are a parent, you're expected to have your camera on. No portion of this broadcast may be recorded, copied, or published. Violations of this order are punishable by contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and a $500 fine. I think this I need over. That sounds about it. All right, so we'll go with Aiden Aldaco. Are you Aiden?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. The law says when a kid's brought into our facility, you have to see a judge within 2 days after to decide whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, then the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you are here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Alfred as your attorney for this case. All right, Aiden. So you're 16 years old. This all started, well, you were 13 with the burglary of a building. Mr. Vickerson, this says interstate compact. Was it another state that came here, or?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what state did his offense come out of?
Well, interim is another county, I believe, Your Honor.
Oh,
So it came from another county in Texas.
All right, so then in May of 19, you were adjudicated delinquent for possession of marijuana under 2 ounces, which you received probation for. Then now while you're out, see, this is probation is expired. So let's see, yesterday at about 6:30 in the afternoon, police were called for dispatch to a fight call. They got there, didn't find a fight, but then victims called the police and they'd been assaulted and the suspects were banging on their door. So the police went there, suspects had left. 2 male victims, 1 female victim, all 18 and 19 years old. They all had serious injuries to their face and head, busted lips, swollen eyes, cuts, and a broken tooth. Victims reported that they went to go meet Aiden and his 17-year-old friend to fight. Aiden ran up one of the males, began hitting him in the face and head, but the victim left, and then began to hit the other male victim. The victim fell to the ground, and they continued to assault him. The female tried to pull Aiden and the companion off the victim. She was thrown. Ma'am, we can't have domesticated animals in a court hearing. All right?
I'm sorry. I'm trying to mute it. I can't get it.
Okay, ma'am, the dog is in another room, correct? Like, we won't be hearing the dog if I have to ask you questions? You're on mute.
I don't believe you'll hear him, no, sir. Somebody was banging on the door. I apologize.
Okay. Okay, the female victim tried to pull Aiden and the companion off the victim, but she was thrown to the ground and then kicked in the face and head. The 2 victims were eventually able to run away as well. And Aiden and his friend were located later. They denied being in the fight, but they had blood on their hands and clothes. Then they admitted to being in the fight, but that he was hit first. So he was brought over here. A month ago, you were brought by the Grapevine PD for assault bodily injury. They're saying in December, police were dispatched for an assault. They got there, the medics were treating a 13-year-old victim for injuries. He and his friends were playing basketball against Lee and Aiden. Aiden was upset because he was losing the game. thought the victim was trash talking grapevines, so he started to punch the victim in the face, who was from Louisville. Fell to the ground, and he continued to punch him in the face. He had injuries, and he cut, and Aiden admitted to the event, to the events. The case was filed in December, and we're set for court for March 16th. All right, Mom, why is your son getting all these fights? Mom,
Sorry.
you're
I'm here. I'm not really. I don't know what happened last night. I haven't had a chance to talk to him. I know what they're telling me. I know what I was able to find out through other witnesses. I don't know what happened today or last night. A month ago, the kid came to the house and apologized to Aiden, actually. So I'm not. I know you can't talk about that today, but I'm not really sure what's going on, honestly, sir. I haven't had a problem with him at home. He helps out a lot. He goes to school. He doesn't really have a problem with school at all. Sorry, I'm not used to this Zoom stuff.
Please keep your camera still. Mr. Richardson, did we give him a drug test?
We offered him the opportunity this morning, Your Honor. He was not able to provide a sample 2 different times this morning.
Sorry.
He said that they did one last night, but there's no record of that. He said that it was positive for marijuana. So I'm following up on that.
Your Honor,
Sir,
We just
you have the right to
conducted
remain
one.
silent. Your attorney does not want you to talk. Is that right, Ms. Salford?
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. So, Mr. Vixen, can you find out why we didn't give him a drug test last night when he came? Because he came in fairly early.
Yes, I
So-
can find out, Your Honor. I don't know why that wasn't done. When I saw that it wasn't done this morning, I asked them to do one right away.
Okay. All right. So, Aiden, I'm going to let you know whenever when a child refuses to give me a drug sample, I just assume you're positive for everything. I assume you're positive for cocaine, heroin, PCP. That's everything. And that's just part of you refusing a drug test. All right. I'm also concerned that you're pending an assault case and now you're involved in a fight. Even if the fight was mutual combat, I think this is the time that you're supposed to step out and step away and not get involved in fights, especially with serious injuries. So at this point, I'm concerned about your safety and the safety of the community. If I was to release you, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. So I see that your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I think Ms. Alford's okay with you asking me a question. But if you want to tell me something, I'm fairly certain she does not want you to tell me anything. All right. So do you have a question for me or do you want to tell me something?
I need to tell you something.
Okay. Your attorney does not want you to tell me anything. Okay. Now, if you insist on telling me something, I'm not going to stop you. But I need you to understand that I am telling you, do not tell me anything. Your attorney is telling you, do not tell me anything. Okay?
But sir, I did take a drug test this morning.
Okay. So, Mr. Victorson so somebody's lying then.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
Well, Your Honor, I'll find out and I will get back to the court after detention hearings on the results of that, if that's true.
Okay. And then please let me know why detention is telling you one thing when the truth is something else. I mean, this is a problem that we need to fix. If they're actually administering drug tests and then telling you that they're not, then we have a bigger issue here.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sir,
Yeah.
literally, you could ask the people in this room. They watched me take the drug test.
Okay. So is this the time you're telling me how to do my job?
No, sir.
All right. So I'm detaining you. Ajati and Austin.
Right here, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Austin, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you in custody, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Mr. Shoemaker is your attorney.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hello, Mr. Shoemaker.
How are you?
Look like Frank Adler from that camera picture.
I'm sorry.
Your haircut and your glasses make you look like
Oh,
Mr. Lofton. Doesn't he look like Frank Adler in that picture?
I'm not sure I know.
He
Frank.
looks better than Frank Adler in that picture. I mean, that's
The math does me wonders, Judge.
That is amazing, actually. That you're correct, Your Honor. I mean, that's anyway.
Do you have a mask on? Do you have a mask by you, by the way?
Do I have a mask by me?
No, does Frank have one?
This is Frank.
Frank's here on Zoom.
I'll say this: if Frank was a superhero, this would be like the scene where he drinks the potion and becomes the villain with the mask on. Because that's anyway. I apologize. I know the court didn't ask, but wow,
I didn't know I was
Frank
watching.
is one handsome man too. So I mean, that's.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Austin, you're 15 years old. You're here. First, you're level 1 outstanding. You're here in an aggravated robbery case. Victim spoke with the police saying working at AT&T store. Suspects entered, pointed a gun, took him back room. When they were leaving, they took the victim's iPhone, was able to track back. The FBI got involved, arrested them in Dallas. And Ajathine could be identified by his shoes and jacket. Miss Guerrero was video, was he the one with a gun in the video, or was he a bystander?
He was not with the gun, Judge.
He was the one holding?
No, he was
no,
not.
he was not. Okay.
Judge, if I might, I think at our last hearing, there had been some previous confusion that he did have a gun. I think after everyone's had the opportunity to examine the photographs, it's clear that he did not.
Okay, so, and you're level 1 outstanding, which is good for you, Ajathine. I guess my question, Ms. Guerrero, is why did his level go to level 1 outstanding 2 days ago? What was he before?
On the first, Judge, he was a level 1 acceptable because he was overplaying. I guess they warned him about 6 times about that.
Okay. How far did he drop down?
Level 1 acceptable?
That's the lowest he's been? I'm sorry, how far did he drop down during his stay here?
That's the lowest that he's been, because of course when he came in, they start him at a level 2 outstanding, but
Right.
that's the lowest that he's dropped to, a level 1 acceptable.
Does he live in Dallas County?
Yes, Judge, but I was told by his attorney that he would be living with an aunt in Rowlett.
Yes, sir. That's correct. His aunt, Cherie Cole.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If anybody here is not familiar with Credence and Mikey, you are absolutely required right now to go and sub to that channel because that is where me and all of the cool chat people hang out most of the day. 100% amazing channel and inspirational to me, and it's a must, absolute must. Credence and Mikey. I have literally rewatched the 3 minutes of that chase the other day like 100 times, just listening to you. He's running. Seriously, makes me laugh every time. So seriously, amazing channel. Very much worth the checkout. I'm sure most of you in here are already subscribed, but if that is not the case, that's the mission for tonight, 100%. And they not only hang out with Judge Manning in lives, Judge Manning has also contacted Credence and Mikey. They are in the genre of YouTube. Oh shit. Look at what you guys made me do. I pressed a button. Anyways, I'll figure it out as I'm really fangirling for you guys. They've gotten an email from Judge Manning before, which is amazing. We do it live, so I don't really. We're doing it.
County, I believe you're on.
No, they're amazing to
From another county in Texas.
All right, so
We got to get past Judge Kim throwing his hissy
He was
fit
not able to provide a sample.
Gadler in that picture. I mean, that's
and their weird man love moment.
The math does me wonders, Judge.
That is amazing, actually. That you're.
So my main question is: there's 3 people coming in the store. There was 1 gun identified in the video or through the police report, right, Ms. Guerrero?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I did see the still of the 3, and there was 1 individual holding the gun.
Okay, and the individual, the clothes the individual carrying the gun, the clothes he was wearing did not match the clothes that Mr. Austin was wearing when he was arrested shortly thereafter, correct?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Austin, seems like you've shown me that you can behave. You can follow the rules here at detention by keeping your behavior level up. Being overly playful is something that sometimes I can forgive. Not always, but it seems like you've shown a pattern of behavior over a length of time that this is just kind of a one-off thing that makes me feel more comfortable releasing you. So, you have a parent here?
Judge, no, I don't see his sister on here, and I know that, like I said, the attorney told me that his aunt was going to reach out to me.
Right. Okay, so this is what I want to do, Ms. Guerrero and Mr. Shoemaker. I'm okay releasing this child, all right? However, that aunt has to understand under the family code, if she's the one that takes possession of the child, she is the one responsible for returning the child to court. All right?
Yes, sir.
If the child fails to appear in court when required, then there can be a warrant issued for her arrest. And she
Yes,
has to have that understanding before she signs the papers for us to release him. All right. So, Ms. Guerrero, make sure she understands that. And if she whatever responsible adult wants to take possession of this child, then I'm okay releasing him. Ms. Guerrero, do you think electronic monitor is probably appropriate on this one? Or
I would say for safety reasons, yes, sir.
yeah, let's go ahead and do that just based on the severity of the offense. So right now, Ajathine, I'm signing a detention order because there is no responsible adult to take you. Okay. However, when one does come up and talk to Ms. Guerrero and is agreeing to take possession of you and willing to accept the responsibility in case you run off, that they could sit in jail until you show up to court, then we'll go ahead and sign a release order for you with electronic monitor. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So, but now I'm going to warn you, if your behavior level drops in between now and when your mom or sister or whoever picks you up, then you're not getting out. You still have to be level 1 outstanding. You understand?
Yes, sir.
So you can ruin this deal, but as long as you do what you're supposed to do, then we'll release you as soon as we can find adults to take you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Austin.
But
Thank you for behaving while you're back there. Thank you for showing me. But you understand what this means. This is like you can't be slow to comply at home, right? If your aunt gives you a DNA, what's a DNA?
Do not associate.
Yeah, if she gives you a do not associate, what do you gotta do?
Do what she said. Don't
Not
associate.
associate, right?
Yes, sir.
And then of course you can't associate with the two people that you're arrested with. You understand?
Yes, sir.
There's no Snapchat, no Instagram, nothing. Do not associate, okay? All right. Mr. Shoemaker, were you gonna say something?
Judge, I was just going to ask Ms. Guerrero, what would be the best time for me to have Ms. Cole contact you?
I will give her a call when I'm done with detention hearings. I have a few more.
Yes, ma'am. I will tell her to expect your call.
Thank you.
And you got my email with her number, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Judge.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate it.
I can't get over this. All right, Dallas Carter.
Okay, quick question for you guys. Oh, what the hell is he holding up? Attorney Lofton, what are you doing? Sir, seriously, what the heck? Oh. Anyways, I was gonna ask if you guys have this brand of pierogies in the States. Because you might not, and if you don't, that's okay. But I thought um maybe it's Canadian because they have on the back here the Canadian pan. You don't have these? They have the Canadian pan fried traditional method of doing it, which is how I do it. But I didn't realize that was so Canadian. But then I realized they also have a pierogi poutine on the back here. Pierogi poutine, mushrooms. And always, yes, we're thinking of keeper, thoughts. Absolutely. Breakfast. Have you guys had pierogies for breakfast? Credence and Mikey have become the official first super chatters of ever, ever, ever. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I wish I had a hallelujah song. It almost doesn't hit the same. Oh, thank you. Thank you very, very much. I so appreciate that. I can't believe that's happening on my screen. Okay. Anyways, let's continue on with I'm gonna make these pierogies. This is amazing. Thank you so much, Mikey. Credence and Mikey, check them out 100%. I never will forget my first. Oh, you slipped into one of my first spots, baby. That's my thing. Okay, let's watch this before I get in trouble.
Frank, did you see it? You saw the resemblance?
I saw it. I didn't know I was white. And of course, Trent's got something to say all the time.
Trent always has something to say.
He has no
I'm just a
filter.
caveman. These Zoom hearings frighten me. So
Can't help himself.
All right, Mr. Carter. Oh, you're out of custody, right? All right, Mr. Carter, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I have asked for this hearing because I would decide whether to leave you in the community or to take you into custody. If I take you into custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Daniels is your attorney on this case. So let's go back, Mr. Carter. Back January 12th, Arlington PD brought you in for burglary of a vehicle, failure to ID, by giving false information. They were saying at about 11 o'clock at night, they were dispatched to a suspicious person call. When the officer met them, they saw two black males acting suspiciously near a vehicle. So one of the people, identified as you, seated in the front right passenger seat, and they said after the two people saw him, they ran from there to a wooded area. Officers then found three people matching the description nearby at a gas station. There was a field lineup, and the caller identified two people. And one of them being Ethan Brown. Then the officers, when they were talking, realized that Ethan Brown was actually Dallas Carter and that you were a runaway. And so you were escorted home and released to your mom. 4 days later, you were brought in by Arlington Police Department for possession of marijuana in a drug-free zone. According to the police, while at Nichols Junior High, a student told a teacher that another student smelled like weed, so you were escorted by the police. There was an administrative search, and they found a blunt in your backpack. You admitted it was yours, and you smoked with your friends before school, and the lab confirmed it to be marijuana. And then you're out on these two cases when 2 days ago, Arlington PD brought you in. About 4:45 in the afternoon, they were dispatched to apartments about a burglary. Maintenance workers saw three juveniles jump the fence, go into the vacant apartment, and courtesy officer went there, found three juveniles, and the door was damaged, locks damaged, shoe print on the door, damage to sheetrock, and one of the juveniles said he was Corey Baker, and they admitted his name was Dallas Carter. And so they all brought over here. You were evidently on DPP, so you were given a chance to make this all go away if you could just follow the rules and do what you're supposed to do. But yet we give you a drug test, and it seems like you're on DPP for giving a fake name to the police, and for and then DPP for possessing weed at school. And then now you're brought in for giving a fake name to the police, and now you're continuing to smoke weed. So you have learned absolutely nothing from your experiences here. So Mr. Carter, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. I feel like you are a danger to yourself as well as to the community, and you're just not learning. So at this point, yeah, you need to listen to your mom and just not talk. All right. So at this point, man, I don't even know what to say to you. I mean, you knew what the rules were. You had multiple chances, and you just don't care. You're going to do what you want to do. Mom, I have a feeling he kind of has this attitude with you on a daily basis. So hopefully we can help him and make him make better decisions going forward. Thank you, Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Daniels.
Any cell phones or money and anything that you stick out your pocket and give it to your mom.
You don't have nothing on you? That's because it can get lost.
I don't have nothing.
The naughty one, Rachel?
All right, so the next one, Ms. Grant, has been waived. You have Miles Lewis.
Just listen for just a second, please. Dallas, go back there, act like you have some sense. That's all I'm asking, because it can get so much worse, okay?
Mr. Carter, you need to listen to your mom. Here's the thing. There's no situation in life that's so bad that you can't make it worse. All right, the problem here is you have certain rules and expectations. You didn't follow them, and now you're being held accountable. Why don't you sit down? Because I don't even think you're listening to me. Mr. Carter, please have a seat.
Sir, can I explain?
There's no situation in life that you can't make it worse, right? So I'm telling you, you had expectations, you had rules that you were supposed to follow. You decide you're not going to follow it. You're showing me that you haven't learned anything by giving a fake name to the police or by you're not supposed to smoke weed. The fact that you haven't learned anything makes me think, well, you know what? Am I just wasting my time? You're just not listening.
No.
I mean, if you don't listen to me, then I'm not going to say anything. Right? I'm trying to impress upon you, make sure you understand what I'm looking for in you, so you understand how this works.
Yes,
right? I'm expecting you just to not break the law. That's all I'm expecting. So show me that you can't break the law and things are good. But if you're going to do what you want to do, right, and act a fool, like even when you're talking back to your mom right now, right, that's showing me a lack of respect for your mother. So that's why here at detention, I want to see you get to level 1 outstanding, follow the rules, behave. That tells me I can let you go home to your mom where you can respect her. That's what I'm looking for, is you show respect for the rules, you show respect for authority, you show respect for the law. That's all I'm asking for. It's not that hard. But if you're going to do it your way, you and I have problems for the next 6 years of your life. All right? So, I mean, take it or leave it. It may mean nothing to you. I'm just trying to give you advice. Believe it or not, I'm not working against you. I'm actually trying to help you. All right? So think about it a little bit. And if it's not worth your thought, then that's fine. I'm not offended. I'm offering this with the spirit of trying to help you and make your life better.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Miles Lewis. Mr. Lewis, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. When a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We've appointed Mr. Lofton.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So, Miles, you're 16, almost 17. So you've never been here before.
Sure.
Let's give it a second. Miss Paxton, I see here. Oh, wait, no, he was here in 2020. Like exactly a year ago today. Or yesterday for burglary of a vehicle and identity theft. Paxton, what's going on with those cases?
Let me look real quick, Your Honor.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to look real quick and see.
Wait, are these supposed to be, so in the present offense, it says 20. Does it supposed to be 21? Oh, you know what? There's a line break.
Now.
No, it says 2320, but the next line says 21. So
He had the only previous thing he had was prevention and intervention back in 15.
Okay.
And so those are current offenses.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm just reading it wrong.
Confusing.
Update, guys.
All
Sorry.
right, so Miles.
It was very important. Nana has finished Breaking Bad. Nana has finished Breaking Bad. She's moving on to something else. Also, I am making the pierogies tonight. I don't know what she's on now, but I'm afraid to ask. It's not Better Call Saul, though. I know that. Also, thank you very much for everybody, how kind and generous you're being. I really appreciate that. It means so much. I think you can tell I'm very sweetened and enamored by that, and I love just hanging out with you guys. Honestly, that's the coolest part. So I appreciate you all, and I'm just super happy to be here. So thank you. And yeah, I'm sure she'll get into something else. She asked me earlier about the court thing. She goes, "Well, um, is there lawyers?" I was like, "Yeah, Nana, there's lawyers." But what she listens to all day, she can't even hear the lawyers. Really, Jonathan? That's exciting. Exciting. Okay.
You haven't been arrested before. You're almost 17 years old, so you almost made it to adulthood. Let's see. Mansfield PD brought you in yesterday at 3:40 in the morning. There was a suspicious persons call. Police got there. There was a Honda Civic with 2 people in it. They ran a vehicle check, and the license plates were taken from another vehicle. So they went in there, talked to you, who was a front passenger, and a 17-year-old driver. There were tobacco products in the vehicle, so they searched you two. Your friend had 2 checks in his wallet that belonged to a David Gonzalez. So they took the checks, searched the vehicle, located several stolen driver's licenses and other ID forms, several iPhones, and a pair of AirPods. They also found 2 pistols under the driver's seat. Police spoke to 2 victims that the doorbell camera footage showed Miles trying to break into one vehicle and companion breaking into another. So you were detained and transported here. Ms. Paxton, did they put the weapons cases on the 17-year-old?
I am not aware if they did or not, Your Honor.
All right, so Mom, are you Mom?
Yes.
My first question is, why is he out at 3:40 in the morning?
That's my question, sir. I was asleep. I was assuming that Miles was asleep in his bedroom. I don't condone bad behavior.
Right.
I'm highly disappointed, and I just want better. I don't know.
No, we both. So, Mom, you've done a great job with this kid. If he's made it, he's 3 months from being 17, and he's never been arrested before. So it seems like he's probably a good kid that, see, what I'm trying to figure out, is this just one bad decision they got picked up for, or is this ongoing behavior I have to be worried about?
I will honestly tell you that I am having issues with Miles.
You are having issues?
I am. I'm a single mother. I love him to death. He's not the worst kid. The foundation have been laid. He will tell you, yes, sir, no, sir. He means well. I think he's getting caught up with the wrong people. And I'm just praying for a change, and I don't want it to go any further. And I'm hoping that this is a mistake and that he have learned from it, and he will make the utmost changes so he can be the best citizen. So that is my desire, that is my prayer, and that is what I hope for. And that is the honest God truth.
Okay, so Mom, 2 questions for you. What are his grades like?
Miles has been struggling in school. Miles has ADHD. COVID did not help. So his grades are average. They could be better. And I do struggle to make sure he stay on task. And I push every day for greatness. He's normally a great sports athlete, have full potential, and just life can take advantage of him. But I want him to know this is a mistake that could have cost him his life. He got to do better.
Yeah, people get shot breaking into cars.
I know. I'm aware. That could have been his life.
Yeah. So when you say his grades are all right but could be better, what kind of is he passing everything?
He's passing. I think he maybe fell in one class at this particular time.
Okay. Is he in-person school or online?
He's online.
Online, okay. Is Mansfield ISD not doing in-person?
He goes, he actually is not going online. He's hybrid. He just started back going in person to try to make sure he could stay on point. He's going 2 days like a hybrid system.
Is that helping him?
I think the going in a couple of days helps him stay more focused and be more diligent. Yes, sir.
I'm asking, in your opinion, is that helping him?
What?
Going hybrid, going some in person.
He has to go some in person. I think he struggles trying to do it alone.
Yeah, have you noticed it's helping him?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's
Is he prescribed medication for his ADHD?
I just contacted MHMR to try to get him back on something to get him focused and ask him. Of course, he didn't want it, but I was like, baby, between you and I, you need something to help you stay focused. Okay. Whatever it takes, let's figure it out. So I just contacted MHMR again to try to get him back on something.
So he does not have a prescription yet?
Not today, but he has had prescriptions. He has been diagnosed years ago with depression and ADHD. Yes.
Does he have an appointment set up yet?
I just talked to the care intaker. No, I need to make sure that there's an appointment set up.
Is he receiving 504 services?
Yes, he's been under 504 since he was like 5 years old. I mean, since he was like 5th grade. I'm sorry.
Okay. What siblings are in the home?
A sister who
How old is she?
She's 18.
Okay. Any other siblings?
One other. No, just he has other siblings, but only one in the home.
Does your son use drugs? Do you know?
I'm not sure. I'm questioning it at this point, though. No,
Mom,
no,
come on,
seriously.
Mom, you know.
I've considered. I think he smoked cannabis before.
Right.
I do.
Okay.
I'm not sure exactly what he does.
Oh, I understand.
Truthfully, I question. I asked. I want him to be straight and narrow, but I don't know.
Okay. All right. So Miles, these are minor offenses in the big picture of things. They're just things that can lead to much bigger things. All right. I'm going to let you know, had the police put those guns, even one of those guns on you, I would be detaining you right now. No questions asked. It's not even an issue. When a kid is caught with a gun, I always detain them. Well, not always. There's exceptions. But generally, everyone knows they're being detained. Just, it's a safety issue. I'm not comfortable with the fact there were guns in the car, but there's nothing that said that the police felt like you were associated with it or you even knew about it. I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. I also really like your mom, right? There's something about her where she actually cares. There are a lot of moms that show up here with an attitude. They just think that their kids are worthless or their kids are little angels. But your mom's keeping it real with me. She's telling me what it is. She's saying you're good. She's saying the bad. She's laying it out there and trusting me to make a decision. As a judge, that makes me want to trust her more because she's being straight up with me, right? And I'll lay it out there and let her make her decision the best she can. So at this point, what I'm inclined to do is I'm inclined to release you on electronic monitor. The reason why for the electronic monitor is because it was 3:40 in the morning. You were supposed to be at home. So obviously this may be the first time or this may be the 100th time that you've snuck out while your mom's sleeping. But either way, that's unacceptable. Now, before I actually sign this order to release you, I'm going to ask you a question, and I don't want you to answer the question yet. The question I'm going to ask you is if I give you a drug test, are you going to be positive for any kind of substance you shouldn't be? Since you are not taking your prescription right now, you should be clean for everything. Now, before you answer this question, there's 3 ways this works out. I'm going to ask you, if I ask you if you're clean, if I give you a drug test, you tell me that you're clean, then no problem. You go home today. Like your mom leaves this courtroom, sits in a waiting room, they check you out, put you with electronic monitor, and you go home with your mom. You actually get to have lunch with your mom today. The other answer is you tell me that you're dirty. We'll give you a test to see how dirty you are. And then I'll probably make you stay here until you're level 1 outstanding, which is about 3 days, just to show that you can follow the rules. You understand that I understand that I can trust you to listen to your mom, and she knows, well, I know that you're able to behave. It's not you can't do it and it's unfair. It's that you can do it and you're just choosing not to if I was to release you and you don't follow your mom's rules. The third option is you tell me that you're clean and you actually test dirty, then I'm actually going to keep you in here for probably about a week. It's going to be level 1 outstanding and you got to hold it for 3 days. So it's up to you. So it'll take about a week for you to get out of here just to prove to me that you can behave and that you understand there's consequences to lying to the court as well. All right. So, Mr. Lewis, if I give you a drug test today, are you going to be clean or dirty?
The only thing I would say, I probably
No. There's 2 answers. Either you're clean or you're dirty. You have to give me an answer. You have to pick one or the other.
probably dirty, but not that much dirty.
No. You got it. It's not a probably. Are you going to be clean or dirty?
Dirty.
Dirty. What are you going to be dirty for?
Marijuana.
That's it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So mom will give him a drug test. If he's dirty, then he has to get to level 1 outstanding, which it takes 3 days, the quickest. Yesterday would have been day 1. I think yesterday would have been day 1. And then he will be able to go home with you. The way the weekend works out, it'll be Monday, all right? And then we'll actually give him probably random urine analysis on this and just make sure that he's not using marijuana. But he will. Part of this, mom, is so he understands the rules. The rules we have here in our facility are going to be very similar to the rules that you expect your son to do. Things like if you tell him to do something, he has to do something, right? If you tell him to do chores, he's got to do chores. If he can't hang out with certain people, he can't, that's what we call here a do not associate. Right? If you say do not associate with this, all the words I can think of. If it's not good for him to be around certain people, you just tell him and he shouldn't do it. But he has to prove that to me here first. So that way we know this is not an ADHD mental health issue. This is a Miles making a bad decision or refusing to do what he's supposed to do issue. All right. That's what I'm looking for. So Miles, we'll give you a drug test, see what the levels are. As long as it's only THC, I will release you on the first.
Can anybody pinpoint why Judge Kim liked his mom so much? Because I can't really. Also, here's a live cooking show. We got the cooking on the stove. Yes, we do. Yeah, seriously, I really don't know why Judge Kim loved that lady so much, but he's like, oh, I'll let him go. He was found like with guys with guns who he normally would be like, or pew-pews. Damn it. Sorry, YouTube daddy. Just anyways, let's continue. As I continue, oh, also as she was speaking, I realized I didn't take my ADD meds today either. It's 7:30. It's too late. It's too late. Today was a wash.
First business day that you are level 1 outstanding. Okay? All right, Mom, do you have any questions for me?
Yes, what happens after that, sir?
After that, there's a case pending. The probation officer will stay in touch with you. The attorney will stay in touch with you. This is a case where I feel like my honest opinion, Mom, is you and I together, we can set Miles on the right path, and he will not sink into bad decisions. Right? This is not, he cannot be committed to TJJD for this. These are misdemeanors. This is really just kind of a decision-making process issue that hopefully the court and the parent, we can work together on this and set Miles on the right path.
My goal. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom.
I love you.
You too.
Joseph Navarez, I believe Mr. Decoria Montague has waived.
How you doing, Judge Kim?
Hey, Mr. Navarez. Doing okay. How are you?
Good, sir. Maintain.
Good. All right. So, Mr. Navarez, this is one currently subject to the state filed writ of mandamus.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Joseph, do you understand what's going on? Well, first, this is a detention hearing. You understand what's going on? I have to review your case, decide whether to keep you, release you. You have the right to remain silent, right to an attorney.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Joseph, do you understand what's going on in your case? Did
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Adler have a chance to really explain this to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you understand the people above me, the Second Court of Appeals, decided that your case is an important case, that they are breaking their schedule and putting everything on hold to make sure that they deal with this first. Okay?
Yes.
So this is something, like I said, kind of impacts every court across the state of Texas. This is about during the age of coronavirus when we can and cannot go forward and how we can or cannot get forward. Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'm just letting you know that I am by law, I'm ordered to not do anything with your case. Like I can't touch it, can't do anything. Your attorney, they dumped a bunch of work on him to do in a very short period of time. So he's working on that. I just want to make sure that you understand what's going on. We cannot go forward because there's a court order saying I cannot go forward.
Judge Kim, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So that means I'm not gonna have a court anytime soon?
Well, I don't know. It depends on judges. I make a very big effort to make sure all these cases move forward, like at a steady pace to get done. Not all judges do that. So they're going to do so Mr. Navarez, what you have to understand is for some legal issues are so big and so important that judges cannot rush it. They have to be very careful and take their time doing it. And your case happens to maybe fall under that. And so it's not a your fault thing. This is just a very unique, one-of-a-kind scenario. All right?
Okay, sir.
So just to let you know, you are level, wait a minute, why'd you just get back to level 1 today?
Oh, because I'm gonna be honest with you, Judge Kim. I was a 1A yesterday. The reason I was a 1A because they took my points because I took a little long in the shower.
Off That's the only reason, Ms. Guerrero? Is that it? You're on mute, Ms. Guerrero.
I'm pulling up his information right now.
Because I didn't have my mask on. So I know it wasn't that serious because I won't be tripping in the back. I be trying to.
Hold on a second. Wait for Ms. Guerrero.
There it says on 2-3 out of uniform 3 times, profanity times 3.
Oh no.
Oh, come on. Mr. Navarez. All right. The uniform, the mask. I understand I don't like the mask either, but man, you gotta watch your language.
You just can't.
There's ladies present, right?
Yes, I ain't knew they take me up for that, but because they told me it was something about my mask and like, cause I got out the shower like a little late, so.
Okay.
No, I'm chilling though. I'm chilling.
Okay. Well, I'm not mad about this. Okay. So we don't have a parent here, do we?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, Mr. Navarez. Given the severity of your offense, I need to detain you. Okay.
Sure.
So, but I just want to make sure we have this face to face. I just want to show you the respect of explaining what's going on in your case. Okay.
Judge Kim, can I request to talk to my attorney?
Well, he can call you, but I can't. There's other kids behind you, so I can't stop things just for you to talk to your attorney.
Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Navarez. Emiliano Paez.
Yes, Your Honor.
Hello, Mr. Paez. I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. Do you mind sitting up? You're in court. The law says when a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you here, to release you if I keep you here. The law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So, Mr. Paez, you've never been here before. No, wait. This is from November. Oh, you were here in November. So you have a pending case for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, evading arrest with a motor vehicle, and evading arrest on foot. So I'm guessing Ms. Aguirre, accused of stealing a car, running from the police in the car, and then stopping, running on foot? Okay, so, yeah, stolen vehicle. There's a police light, chase the vehicle to the north side, stopped, Emilio and the passenger got out, took off running in different directions. Female stayed in the vehicle. All right, so February 3rd, we issued a warrant for you since there was a curfew alert on February 2nd. And you broke the electronic monitor restrictions about 4 o'clock to 6:30. You were outside the home, and there was no scheduled timeout. So, Ms. Aguirre, did we look to see, did he just stay on the property but outside the house?
No, Your Honor, he was actually at a dentist appointment.
Oh, okay, that's the next paragraph. All right, so mother texted us asking time to go to dentist appointment on February 2nd. And we said we'd not approve it until she called us to discuss a curfew alert from January 28th. When you got home at 2 o'clock, you were at the Pizza Bistro and Whataburger, and Mom did not let us know. So we also found out on the same day that your middle school told us you were enrolled on December 10th and you have excessive absences. You last logged on to school on January 12th and never attended a full day of school. Do we have a parent here?
No, Your Honor, mother had to work.
Mr. Paez, if you're not going to school, then I'm going to make sure you go to school. So at this point, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. And we'll see you at the 10-day hearing. If you can show me that you can get the level outstanding, follow all the rules, I think I'm likely to give you another chance again. But you have to understand that school is very, very important to me. If you're just going to skip school, then I have to keep you here. Okay? And that's just the way it's going to be. All right, thank you, Mr. Paez.
Thank you, Judge.
Danny Parker. That is got to be the dumbest reason to go to detention, because you can't log in to online school. All right, Mr. Parker, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here, release you if I keep you here. You have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Houston. Dwayne, are you here? Oh, there we go. Good morning, Dwayne. All right, so Mr. Parker, you just turned 17. Happy birthday. let's see, back in July, let's see, in August, you were released from detention at a detention hearing. Mom moved out of Tarrant, went to Abilene. You were supposed to be there. Then you were caught here back in Tarrant County in November. One of the Fort Worth surveillance cameras found you adjusting a waistband, looking like you had a gun. You had a gun in your pocket. And so you're brought over here. And I think you were here for like vacation or trip or something. And you were positive for marijuana, methamphetamines, and amphetamines. So we did a placement search ordered at the last detention hearing. And we have completed the psychological. Court setting is February 18th. And you're level 1 outstanding. And you've been level outstanding. All right. All right, Danny. You know why I've been detaining you, right? I've been telling you this every time. The street drugs, the methamphetamine, right? It just really worries me. I'm really concerned about releasing you until you actually have drug treatment. Okay? That's just, you know, you've actually been really behaving really well. This, you know how I feel about guns, and that's, I hold kids because of guns. I think you've done enough to show me I'm not worried about the gun. You have another weapon, the danger issue. My concern right now is you going back and using more street drugs, okay? And that's my big thing. All right, that's what's making the decision for me. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding. I know it's not easy to keep it for that long without dipping down to level 1 acceptable. So you're doing a good job. I just need to let you, I want to give you the respect of telling you why I'm making this decision. It's a street drug issue. That's how serious it is. Okay? All right. So I'm going to go ahead and continue. We do have a hearing coming up, and the psychological report will come back. The placement search needs a psychological report. All right. So Danny, I just want you to be clean from street drugs and then move on with your life. I think you've got great things ahead of you. It'll never happen unless you actually go through counseling and treatment for the street drug use. Okay? All right. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Quentin Sales. Sales, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing. Been here for 10 days, deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have the right to an attorney. Mr. Adeniji is your attorney. Good morning, Mr. Adeniji. And let's see, you're level 1 outstanding. I'm going to ask Mr. Houston, why is you got level 1 outstanding today? What happened?
Your Honor, I'm coming from Mr. Houston.
Okay.
He's level 1 outstanding today. Look like he's been on level 2 since January 27th. And on the 29th, he was written up for being for defiant to staff instructions.
And this is after the escape attempt on New Year's Eve, right?
I think that was before the escape attempt.
Escape attempt was December 31st.
Yeah, and they showed he was written up on December 29th. I'm sorry. Yes, this was after the escape
Right,
attempt.
January. Right.
January 29th.
All right, Mr. Sales, trying to escape from a secure facility, that is, I mean, that's huge. You're lucky they didn't charge you with a felony for that. But at this point, if you're trying to escape from here, that tells me that if I let you go, I don't think you'll come to court. So I've got to detain you. The law says that that's one of the factors I consider. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. I'm glad you're level 1 outstanding. You're having some problems. Remember, all this stuff can come up in your final hearing to decide what to do with you. So you really need to behave back there. You need to do what you need to do. Okay? Yes, just don't play with the system. It all comes back against you, all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sales.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Adeniji. So at this point, these proceedings have been published on YouTube for the public to have meaningful access to these court proceedings. However, Texas Family Code, Chapter 54.08C states that when a child is under 14 years of age, that court hearings are presumed to be closed to the public unless the court finds that the public or the child are better served by opening these proceedings to the public. This court, unable to make those findings, will now discontinue the live stream of these court proceedings. Please wait 20 seconds for the tape delay.
We will not wait 20 seconds for the tape delay, Judge. We will move right on to the next case or the day of. Okay, guys, dinner is ready. We have for the baby kitch, Annie's macaroni with hot dogs. Hot dogs. Then we have let's see. Oh, the pierogies, the mushrooms. I'm gonna top that with some sour cream, light cheese. Quite upset about that purchase being made, but what can we really do? And oh, salad. I'm gonna make a salad first. I want a salad with my Japanese dressing on it, so I will do that first, but I will feed the child first, actually. Child, me. And see, the reason I'm going to be able to eat today is because I haven't taken my ADD meds. They make you not eat and not sleep. I naturally don't sleep a lot, but they make it a little bit worse. Oh my gosh.
January 20th. Remind everyone that this is still a court proceeding.
Yes, Judge Cam.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is the detention docket for 323rd District Court for Friday, February 5th, 2021. Compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order Number 33, we're not conducting in-person proceedings, but we are on Zoom. In order to comply with the Open Courts Act of the Texas Constitution, which provides for the public to have meaningful access to what occurs inside public courtrooms, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube. No portion of this proceeding may be copied, recorded, or broadcast. Violations are punishable by a contempt of court of up to 6 months in the Tarrant County Jail and up to a $500 fine. Court would like to remind everyone that this is still a court proceeding and people are expected to behave appropriately for court. That means please do not be anywhere where there's moving backgrounds like the jogging trail or a moving vehicle, even if you are a passenger, as that is distracting to the rest of the participants. Please be dressed appropriately and behave appropriately. That means do not have domesticated animals around you. Do not be eating, smoking, or laying down in bed. If you are also, please do not have bright lights behind your head, as that tends to obscure your face and shadow out your face. You certainly do need to be seen. Also, if you are not an officer of the court, your camera does need to be on. If you are an officer of the court trusts that you will use your best discretion in determining whether your camera should be on or not. So, anything? Okay. Fantastic. All right, we'll start with Damian Elliott. Mr. Elliott?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here present. Good morning, Mr. Adler.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, so Damon, let's see, you're 15 years old. You were here previously last year for burglary of habitation, which you were placed on probation for January 20th this year. And then subsequently, let's see, you're on probation, and I guess the day after you got probation, White Settlement Police brought you in, sitting over at Brewer. There was an assault on campus. Talked to the victim. She said she was walking the hallway, noticed somebody talking to you, another male. She went to say hello when you got aggressive, punched her twice in the chest, and then yelled at her, grabbed her hair, pulled her down, caused her more pain. Like the day after you got probation. So I ordered a replacement search for you on January 22nd. And you're set for motion to modify on February 10th. Is Mom here?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I'm filling in for Mr. Mitchell. I spoke with Mom this morning and she was coming to the department for the hearing. I don't see her.
So you have a doctor's appointment, but Mom said she would only go to the appointment if we released you to her because she doesn't want you to be embarrassed of being handcuffed and shackled for an appointment.
Judge Kim.
Yes, Mr. Adler.
Sorry, may it please the court. Before you make a decision, can I tell you some other things that are going on in this case?
Sure.
So I'm really surprised the mom is not there because I've had a lot of conversations with her and she did tell me I could discuss this with you. I was hoping she would, but some mental issues that this young
Hold on
man
one second,
has.
Mr. Adler.
Okay.
Sarah, nobody wants to look at the ceiling. I mean, nobody wants to look at the ceiling. So either you need to be on camera or you need to leave. If you just want to watch, you can watch through YouTube. Sarah, for the second time, please appear on camera. All right, Mr. Adler, please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey,
So, Judge.
Frank, not to cut you off. Mom walked in right now.
Oh, okay.
Great.
Well, there we go. All right. So, Mom, went through all this. Can I ask why you're late to court?
It was a little traffic right here at the stoplight, so it kind of bagged me up a little bit.
I mean, it's not that much of a delay at the stoplight. I'm still trying to understand, like, when you have court, you just plan on being here exactly at 10:30?
No, I had to make sure my other son was okay. He's at home sick.
All right, Mr. Adler, I'll listen to you, but what do you have to say?
Well, Judge, and the mom gave me permission to tell you this. It makes me feel uncomfortable, but she wants you to know. So her son has a diagnosed mental illness, and one of them is that he really has dual personalities. So sometimes he's good, sometimes he's bad, and it just depends on what personality is coming out. But more importantly, Judge, she is going to be moving to Dallas. He's got cases in Dallas. He has cases in Tarrant. I'm his attorney in both counties, trying to negotiate an outcome in both counties that is favorable to everybody. But really, it's more about his mental illness. If we can just send him home on the monitor where he's at home and not going to a school, I think he would behave under those circumstances and only those circumstances. If he could do virtual at-home school and not be permitted to leave his house without his mom, I don't think he's going to break any of the terms of his probation or any modifications. So I just wanted the court to know that his mental illness is more severe than the normal kind of kids that we see.
And what is he diagnosed with?
He was diagnosed with bipolar schizophrenia with emotional deficiencies.
I'm sorry, emotional what?
It's some emotional disorder.
So is he receiving medication for this?
Yes. His medicine has been changed from our three diagnoses. They've been changed within, I want to say 3 times within the last 6 months.
When was the last time he saw a doctor?
His next appointment was supposed to be yesterday, but since he was in the juvenile center, they told me to call back when he's released. He sees the doctor every 30 days.
Was he taking medication on January 21st?
Yes. They just switched his medication, I think 2 days after he came into the juvenile center. I dropped the new medication off at the juvenile center.
Okay. Correct me if I'm wrong. I really don't think multiple personality disorder is an actual diagnosis in the DSM. If he has what she said he has, those are absolutely serious diagnoses in the DSM, but a bit young for them. But I feel for her. But that was an odd thing for Frank Adler to say. Like, I don't like. Yeah, people have mood swings oftentimes when they are, and I think what she was trying to say is emotional dysregulation, maybe. But she said emotional something. I don't know. Yeah, I feel for her and I understand, but like Judge Kim doesn't like her. He's not letting her go anywhere. Let's continue. Oh yeah, my dinner's done. So I have salad, pierogies with the mushrooms, cheese, sour cream. Excited for that. I'm gonna turn it off so I can stuff my face. I'll still be here listening and watching. Don't worry. I just need to make sure I don't have stuff on my face.
Mr. Houston, I know you're covering for Mr. Mitchell. Tell me about what he's on probation for, the burglary of habitation. Who was the victim, known victim or stranger?
He broke into an apartment complex.
Like an occupied apartment or a vacant apartment?
Vacant.
All right, so Mom, where do you currently live?
On O Street, it's in Tarrant County.
Tarrant County? So you're planning on moving to Dallas. When do you plan on moving to Dallas County?
I have to be out of the house before March 29th. So by the end of February, I should have a Dallas address.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and release him on electronic monitor. He's to stay at home, not attend school in person, not have contact with the victim. Mom, by March 1st, you have to let Mr. Mitchell know what your address is and what your moving plans are. It will make a decision from there on how to go forward. But you cannot move to Dallas County without permission from this court. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
All right. He also has to stay at home. Mr. Elliott, if we find out that you're violating the terms of your monitor, then we will bring you back here. And you'll have to sit here again. All right? I'm doing this in large part because you are level 1 and because of the diagnosed mental health issues. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
Thank you.
Marquise Gaither. All right, Carla Flores, you can't have a bright light behind you. We can't see your face. All right, Mr. Gaither. All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Berger, your attorney is here. Good morning, Mr. Berger.
Morning, Judge.
So, Mr. Gaither, you're 16 years old. You're currently at level 1 outstanding. ago, police found loss prevention saw you pick up items, put in your backpack, left the store, and they apprehended you outside the store. Found out you were run away from Dallas County and brought over here to Kimbo. Back in November last year, you left Camp Worth without permission. November 27th, you referred here as a runaway on the 30th. I ordered CPS to find a placement for you. They took you to Promise House in Dallas. You were placed on deferred prosecution by the DA's office. Your mom, do we have a parent here?
He is in CPS custody, so Miss Barker's here.
Where's Miss Barker?
Michelle Barker.
Oh, there we go. So then January 10th, you left Promise House without permission, and there was a runaway report. So you continue to run away.
Your Honor, court has been set for the 19th at 9:30 for the assault.
All right, Ms. Barker, do y'all have a secure lockdown facility that you can place them in?
No, sir. There's not really any lockdown facility, because they leave, that's against, there's not anywhere we're sending him would have to be somewhere in Houston, but there's not like a lockdown place where they can go.
There's no, Hector Garza is a lockdown facility.
We can try to find placement with them over there. But like, there's not always a guarantee that they have space available for the kids.
I understand. Ms. Barker, if you don't mind, I'm going to detain him here for now because he has a pending case and a court date coming up. So I don't want OCOK have to deal with transportation from a different county. So I'm trying to work with you guys, but if y'all can probably start to work it up and figure out if there is a secure facility, RTC, for him to go. Obviously, the community's not working. We're just real limited here what we can do. But this is one of those times where I think the juvenile system and the child welfare system kind of have to work together for this child. All right. So I guess you can put in your notes that I'm detaining him here for now. But whenever his case resolves, we're probably going to look to you guys to find a better place for him.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Judge?
Thank you, Ms. Barker. Yes, Mr. Berger.
My understanding is that Marcus does have a CPS attorney currently assigned to this case.
Okay.
His name is Will Pruitt. At least that's what my client is telling me. I don't know that he's been made aware of this situation.
All right, Ms. Barker, can you relay that to the attorney for a CPS case? All right, thank you very much. All right, so Mr. Gaither, I'm going to go and detain you. The reason why is you keep on running away. If you just wouldn't run away and be where you're supposed to be, you wouldn't be here. So there's a consequence of your decisions. It's going to be like this until you turn 18. All right. Thank you, Mr. Gaither.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Berger. Heaven Garcia. All right, Mr. Garcia, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, then you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. So I see Mr. Dotson. Is Mr. Dotson here today?
Your Honor, I'm coming from Mr. Dotson today.
So I see his behavior level got to level 1 outstanding today. How far did it drop down?
He was a 1A on the 3rd. He actually began 1 outstanding on the 4th. And the farthest he dropped recently was 3A, and that was back on the 26th of January.
No. Why did he drop to 3A?
It says not following instructions, horse playing, and hiding a picture of a peer in his room.
Hiding a picture of a peer?
Yes, sir. Might be the mugshot that they post on the doors.
You're here, you cut off your EM, you ran off, you got some serious first-degree offenses, assault cases, You had problems in December for blocking the door with a mattress, being disruptive, breaking do not associate rules, almost getting in fights. You're level 3 confined on January 13th. You're level 3 confined on January 4th. You got to level 3 again on January 10th. So October 15th, you came in. And you evidently gotten some arguments or fights. So you were separated to your room. Then October 31st, you're level 3 confined for threatening staff. You work your way to level 2, then you're level 3 unacceptable on November 5th. We're drawing, off task in class, not doing classwork, play fighting in the gym, and letting peer do your classwork. You work your way to level 1 outstanding on November 11th. And then looks like you got in a fight on the same day, so you went to level 3 confined the next day. You work your way to level 1 outstanding on January 19th. Then on December 3rd, you get to level 3 unacceptable for being disruptive, threatening a peer, arguing with a peer, not following instructions. So you work your way back up to level 1 by December 13th. Then December 14th, you get level 2 unacceptable. You work your way back up to level 1 outstanding December 17th. Then on the 22nd, that's when you block the door of the mattress, make too much noise in your room, defiant towards staff. You level 3 acceptable, unacceptable again on December 23rd for making noise in your room, being disruptive, banging on the door, getting in a fight. And then you make it to level 3 outstanding until December 27th, where you get level 3 unacceptable again. And every day, pretty much every day or every other day, you get in fights, being disruptive. I mean, now we're January 3rd, January 4th, you're level 3 confined. You make it up to level 2 on January 8th. Then January 10th, you're unacceptable. January 11th, you get in a fight where you're the aggressor. You're level 3 confined. You're just level 3 for about a week, it looks like. Now look at this one. For you're taking a picture, I guess a mugshot, and hiding your. Taking a picture of another kid hiding in your room. Not following instructions. Get to level 1 outstanding. So here's the thing, for most kids, taking that picture and that contraband. Do we have a parent? Yeah, we have a parent here. For most kids, taking that contraband and hiding it, not following instructions to get to level 3 would be like a new low. For you, it's like a new middle. I mean, this is like, I just expect so little from you because you just keep on breaking all the rules. Mr. Nava, do we know when the next court date is for Mr. Garcia?
Take a quick peek. It's on the 9th of March in front of Judge Porter.
Mary, why is it taking so long? Okay. Evan, every one of these incidences that you're creating here is something that'll come back to you. You are not doing your attorney, Mr. Adler, any favors on this one. You need to give him at least something to work with to argue why you need probation and not be committed to the Texas Juvenile Justice Department. So, anyways, Evan, your behavior is awful. So, I'm not going to release you, so I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you. So, Brian Hernandez. Mom, did you have a question?
Yes.
Okay, what is that?
What is heaven levels these past days?
What is heaven's level what?
These past days.
Oh, he got down to level 3 confined recently.
Which date?
Your Honor,
I went over that. You can talk to Mr. Dotson about that, but yeah, he was taking contraband into his room. So heaven's just not following any of the rules here. So but he's going to get what he deserves. You know, so that's life. All right, Brian Hernandez.
He's on his way, sir.
Thank you.
Judge, just for you to know, I've just emailed you some supporting documentation to show you that as proof that my client's been enrolled in school.
Send that to the district attorney's office.
I sent it in a group email yesterday to Judge Porter and the state, and I just sent it to you for you to have a copy, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I attached that to the documents I sent this morning also.
All right, Mr. Hernandez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm reviewing whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Sierra is here as your attorney. All right, so you're 15 years old. You're level 1 except 1 outstanding, which is good. January 7th, Grand Prairie got a call about a stolen vehicle. They ran the reported plates, came back stolen out of Arlington. They found the vehicle, tried to do a traffic stop, and then there was a car chase. So ran stop signs, red lights, came to stop. All 4 people bailed out. The police chased the driver into an apartment complex, yelled at him to stop, but he didn't stop. Eventually caught up and identified as you, Brian Hernandez. So that is why you have a pending case for burglary of a vehicle. From December of 20, March of 20, you got arrested for burglary of a vehicle, but you got deferred prosecution. And then October of 19, you were arrested for assault, which you received a supervisory caution for. When you were brought in January, you were positive for marijuana, amphetamines, and methamphetamines. So on January 22nd, Judge Porter said that mom has to enroll you in school and show proof of enrollment. And he would consider releasing you from detention if she provided the documentation. You have adjudication dispo set on February 9th. So do we have mom here?
Yes, Your Honor, she is here.
Mom?
Yes.
So how long has he been using meth?
She's gonna need translation, Your Honor.
Okay, if you can ask her, please.
Señora.
Sí.
El juez pidió que le digas cuánto, si usted sabe que tanto tiempo tiene Brian abusando drogas.
No, yo no sé la verdad.
¿No sabe nada de las drogas?
No.
Your Honor, she's not aware of his drug use.
Can you ask her if she knows he's using methamphetamine?
Señora, usted sabía que estaba usando drogas.
No, yo no sabía.
No, nada de, no se miraba drogado, nada.
No.
No, Your Honor, she never knew anything about it. And I asked her if he ever looked like he was high, and she said no.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you say methamphetamine in Spanish?
That's a hard one for me. Señora, let me try this, Your Honor.
No.
Okay, it's the same, Judge.
What about marijuana? How long has he been using marijuana?
You want me to ask her that, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Señora,
Sí.
pues quiere saber si usted sabe qué tanto tiene usando marihuana Brian.
Yo tiene como 3 o 4 meses que yo me di cuenta.
Your Honor, she says she's probably, it's been about 3 months that she's aware of that he's used marijuana.
So, Mr. Landon, how far did his behavior level drop?
Sorry?
How far did his behavior level drop?
He hasn't, Your Honor. He's been on level 1 outstanding, Your Honor.
Well, since January 11th. Okay, so as soon as he could, he got there.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
He hasn't had no drops.
I'm glad she filled out the enrollment form for him. His court date is only 4 days away. With the meth use, I'm just too concerned about him, especially because he keeps on escalating this with the same offenses. And then now with the car chase that put people's lives in danger. I'm just, Brian, I'm just doing this to protect you from you and the community from you. Okay, so your court date's in 4 days. If your court date was further out, my decision may be different. Because we're so close, I'm just going to go and keep you here for now. Hopefully there's a deal worked out and that you'll maybe, I don't know what Judge Porter's going to do. Could be probation, it could be commitment, but whatever it is, you'll have a better idea of what's going to happen. Okay, so at this point, you need to keep up with the level of outstanding. I hope you understand how serious this methamphetamine use is to me. Okay, that's a big part of this. If the meth wasn't there, I think you'd be out already. Okay, all right. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr. Linden. Ariana Howard.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Ms. Howard. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here or to release you. I'm sorry. This is a detention hearing deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. Your attorney requested this hearing. And so, Ms. Jacobson, for what purpose are you requesting this?
Ariana requested this hearing because she wanted the opportunity to tell you that she understands she made a mistake, that she should have gone home that day that she had gotten the news about her sister being shot. She also found out that she got her grades from school had come out. She had passed all of her classes, and she is eager to return to school so that she can make sure she keeps up all of her credits. And so she has made it to level 1. I believe she's still on level 1, and she's asking that she be released. And her mother, who I spoke with, is also asking for her release.
So, Mr. Bose, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Carla Flores, this is the last time. Do not sit in front of a window. All right, do not move the camera around. This is still court. If you can't behave appropriately on Zoom, then you'll have to come here in person. All right, so Mr. Bose, she got to level 1 outstanding today. How far did she drop down?
She didn't drop, but she had a peer altercation the other day where she had to get put on a do not associate, but the level didn't drop. So she's been working her way up since she got detained. But she does have an adjudication disposition hearing on the 17th with Judge Porter for
The big thing here right now is her violating terms of EM, smoking weed, not participating in TCAP, right?
yes, and she also has 2 assault cases that she's going to be going to court for on this.
Right. assault cases were before, I mean, she was out on the assault cases on electronic monitor, correct?
Sir, yes, sir. It was out of custody. He referred. But they were while she was on probation.
Right. Which, I mean, that's my problem with our policies. These kids are on probation, the out of custody cases. All right, so this is, you know, Ms. Howard, this is what I'm gonna do. This depends on you. Okay, you're the level 1 outstanding, so I'm glad you're there. If your UA is clean, I will let you go. If it's dirty, then we'll test you weekly until it is clean, then I'll let you on electron monitor again. All right, so a couple things about this. I want to explain to you why I'm thinking what I'm thinking. I'm glad the electronic monitor can be a very useful tool. You didn't cut it off, so that's why I'm willing to let you go. All right, you violated the monitor, and there's a consequence, and you're owning up to it, and I'm glad that you are. Now, the marijuana use is a separate matter. If you just smoked once and you haven't get a UA and it's cleared out of your system, that's good. If you had habitually been using it, like smoking every day, it'll take up to 30 days for work out of your system. Okay, so it really depends on how much you were breaking the rules while this case was pending. If you were breaking the rules every day, then it's going to be a lot longer for you to get out. So really, this is your poor decision coming back to haunt you. Or if you're making good decisions and you had one mistake, then it's really not much of a consequence. You get out quickly. All right, so I see your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I'm happy to answer the question. If you want to tell me something, I think your attorney probably does not want you to speak. All right, so do you have a question for me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's your question?
For my TCAP program, I had like.
Well, this doesn't sound like a question.
Oh.
A question starts with who, what, when, where, how, why.
Do I just take the drug test today? Because I think I clean.
We'll take one today, right? We'll take one today, and if it's clean, then we'll release you on electronic monitor today. If it's dirty, that means you were smoking quite a bit of marijuana, so you'll just have to wait till your body processes it out, okay? And this goes back to every day. If it's still dirty, that means you were breaking the rules every single day, and now you're finally getting caught for it, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, so this was not targeting issue. Okay. All right, Ariana, do you have any questions for me?
No, sir. When do I take it, though?
Well, you know, this isn't like a nail appointment, right? You can't schedule it. They'll come by and they'll give you a test today. Trust me, we don't want you here any longer than we have to. So I guess, Mr. Bose, are you not on site today?
No, sir.
Okay, but somebody can give her a test here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll just give her a test. If she's clean, we'll fit her with the EM and release her today. If she's dirty, then we'll just do it every Friday until she's clean. We're not going to do it every day, all right, Ms. Howard? We're going to do it once a week until you're clean, okay?
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bose. And I'm not going to sign a detention order yet, Mr. Bose. I'm going to wait till I hear back from JPD.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Anna.
All right, let's see, Shacolby Jackson. Colby, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, or no, this is a detention hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. So this is the one mom, I guess, went back to California with your daughter. And so we're trying to get CPS involved. Ms. Hernandez here?
Yes, she's here, Your Honor. Mother's here and CPS is here as well.
Okay. So I guess Talia Hernandez, is that, are you her aunt?
She's a friend of the family.
Friend of the family, okay.
Yes.
So who's the mother?
Mikalia Jackson.
Okay.
and CPS investigator Brisa Saldana and her supervisor Nicole Rozier.
So who wants to speak on behalf of the department? Somebody from CPS. I just need one person to stand up.
I can speak for the
Okay.
department.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Rose. All right. So at this point, for the department first, at this point, you don't really have a concern right now, right? I'm reading this as saying that mom is saying that she's not refusing. She's just wanting her daughter to go with Ms. Hernandez.
Correct.
Okay. So you're here just in case things turn bad, right?
Correct.
Okay, good. All right, so we got that out of the way. Mom, at this point, you're asking, you have the child in California? Okay, I don't think your microphone is working. You're not on mute, but I can't hear anything. Okay, so I don't actually hear anything, so we're just gonna have to go with a thumbs up and thumbs down, okay? So, all right, so you were in California with the baby, correct? When I say the baby, that means Miss Jackson, your daughter's baby, correct? Okay. And you are okay with your daughter staying with Miss Hernandez here in Texas? Now, is there a plan on your daughter returning to California? No, so I can't hear anything you're saying, so it's either yes or no. I need a thumbs up or thumbs down. Is there a plan for her to return to California? No. Okay. So your intention right now is for her to stay with Miss Hernandez for at least a little while? Miss Hernandez, is that something, you're on mute, Miss Hernandez, but Miss Hernandez, is that something that you're agreeing with as well? Miss Hernandez? Okay, that's a thumbs up. All right, so Ms. Hernandez, you understand that in 2016, she was placed on probation for an assault family violence case. In 2019, she was put on probation for felony assaulting a peace officer. So she has a violent history. Are you still wanting to take Shacolby into your home? Do you have other children in your home? And you do have an aunt and uncle who are having health problems living with you? All right, so Ms. Hernandez, I'm going to defer. This child is 17 years old. So this is the deal I want to make with you. I want to make sure that you understand that I'm going to be okay releasing this child to you, but you have to understand that you do have a duty to let me know if she is being violent or assaultive or, I mean, even generally disagreeable. Like, I need to protect you and your family from any kind of harm. So,
Yes, sir.
okay. So, okay, the sound is working on, Ms. Hernandez. So you understand that you do need to tell us if she's causing problems in your home, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Shacolby, you do have a history of running away, so I'm going to place you on electronic monitor, right, at the beginning. You do also have a history of drug use. So, how old are the children in your home, Ms. Hernandez?
I have a 5-year-old and a 2-year-old.
Okay. So, Ms. Shacolby, I'm placing you on a sweat patch, all right? And what that is, do you know what a sweat patch is?
Yes, sir.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I don't want you being around the drug culture at all, not with small children and ill elderly people. Okay. So that means I don't want anybody who's really using drugs. I don't selling drugs, giving drugs, things like that. You don't need to be around that. I don't want to put little children in danger. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I have seen kids come through here on homicide cases over $20 in weed. All right, something that small that somebody died over. Okay, so Ms. Jackson, Colby, do you have a question for me?
Yes.
Okay, what's your question?
As far as like my doctor's appointments and in school, because when I was in when I was here visiting, we were transferring my schooling. So the school that I would probably be attending was Winfrey and Grand Prairie. So I wanted to know how would that work, like doctor's appointments and stuff like that, being on the monitor.
Well, that's something you need to talk to your probation officer about. I will not prevent you from seeing a doctor, going to school, or going to church. Okay? But that's your probation officer can answer those questions. I really can't.
Okay.
Okay? All right, Mr. Colby, you understand. I'm giving you a chance. But if you come back here because you're causing problems or you pick up a new offense, I'm probably just going to keep you in downtown in central lockup with the adults until your case is over. All right?
Yes.
So this is probably going to be your last time at Kimbo. Okay?
Yes.
I mean, one way or another. Either you do great or you do bad and then you end up in downtown jail. Okay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Jacoby.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Rozier. Roger Jones. All right, Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, you see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adeniji is your attorney. All right, so Mr. Adeniji.
Yes, sir.
Sir? Yeah, so I'm very familiar with this case. This is the one with the homicide on the sleepover over a cell phone. So, one outstanding. What are we waiting on for this one? Oh, jury trial?
Yes.
Did you fill out the name? Yeah, in the future, I need you to. No, that's right. I'll trust you. But I mean, I trust Daniel, but as a habit, I want Mary to do it. That's okay. No, this is the one who's been here for 284 days. But we're just waiting on jury trial, which if it doesn't happen until April, we're looking at another 60 days for no reason other than we can't have jury trials.
Thank you so much. Looking at
Mr.
legal
Nava,
stuff.
what is behavior level? He got to one outstanding on January 22nd. What happened immediately before that?
Robert Morley, wow, thank you so much. You were an amazing host today on Phil's Live. I'm sorry that got cut short. Thank you so much. And looking at legal stuff, thank you so much. You have been amazing for your support. Everybody who's in here who has not yet subscribed, please go subscribe to Looking at Legal Stuff too. Robert, seriously, wow, thank you so much. I was really, really loving hearing you on Phil's channel today. That is such a great idea, and I hope to one day be able to do something like that too, where I can have people in the kitchen. I'm just about to make a cup of tea and have some ice cream, and what a lovely little dessert. Thank you so, so much. Yes, I am officially monetized. With that came me officially getting my video from yesterday taken down because I was bullying, supposedly. What? We all know that's not the case. So I have appealed that. But we will be very, very I am very thankful to everybody who's donated and everybody who's super chatted. I can't believe I'm able to say that. Thank you so much, Robert Morley. I appreciate that. And yeah, I appreciate all of you guys. Seriously. All of you guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, the video from yesterday got flagged. So we'll deal with that. I'm learning. You guys will learn with me because I'm just an open book. Anyways, let's continue watching this. Thank you so much, you guys. I got to figure out how to make sure I turn a sound on for that because luckily I saw the things. That's amazing. Thank you, thank you, thank you all.
Dropped down to 2A. Lost points from both ships. And
For what?
Lost points from both ships. And typically, it's been minor stuff, talking out of his room, throwing his jacket.
Mr. Jones. I know I've told you before that it really bothers me that you've been here for so long while this case is pending, all right? But I've also explained to you because of the serious nature of this offense, it's a murder charge, that I'm extra cautious about this, okay? Some of this is your fault, some of it's not, or could be your fault. Some of it has nothing to do with you, okay? This is where I'm at now. I need to let you out for the weekend, okay? You need to turn yourself in Sunday night. Mom, you can turn him in. He'll be on electronic monitor, right? We'll fit him with that. He'll go home with you now. He'll be with you. Now, it is a very strict electronic monitor over the weekend, okay? You need to spend time at home. If people want to visit, they have to come to your home and visit him, okay? Roderick, I'm giving you a chance. Depending on how you do, that determines what future chances are. Right? If you do everything right, I'm likely to do this again. Okay? But if you mess this up, if you push the boundaries, then it's really gonna be hard to give you any kind of grace in the future. Okay? So this is you. I know it's not easy for you to keep that behavior level. I'm glad that you did. And this is sometimes you have to work a long time just to get one small benefit. Sometimes you have to work a long time to get a really big benefit, all right? So I'm trusting you on this one. Please don't burn me, all right? I'm gonna give you the weekend with home. Mom, you need to bring him by 8 o'clock p.m. Sunday evening?
Yes,
Is that
sir.
okay? All right.
Yes,
So that gives you a couple days here. You can spend time with them. I want to see how it goes. All right, Roger?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Yes,
I have a question.
yes, ma'am?
Can I take him today to get his haircut?
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
We'll just do, Mr. Nava, just give him a timeout until, Mom, you're going to be with him the whole time, right?
Yes, sir.
So we'll just, Mr. Nava, let them go wherever they want to go until be home by, let's say, 10. And then after that, tomorrow and Sunday, he just needs to be at home. Okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Arnici. Malachi Lester.
You guys are so sweet. Thank you so much. MB and Artie. I love it. I appreciate it so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everybody, thank you so much.
It's funny, it's like as a judge, everything is blank check. You don't fill it in. So,
Yeah, I gotta remember that.
yeah.
But I'm usually really good about it.
So, Mr. Lester, are you here? All right, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Ms. Sherman, currently has COVID, so she was unable to make it. So Mr. Pearson is going to go and cover for her, okay?
Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Pearson. All right, so Malachi, you're 15 years old. Fort Worth PD brought you in December. And police were dispatched for domestic, met with dad, said that you came out of the room angry, accused him of taking your Apple TV device. In retaliation, took your dad's phone. An argument ensued. Mom stepped in. And as mom was trying to separate y'all, you pushed her, which caused a fight between you and your dad. Dad slipped and fell, and evidently hit him multiple times, about 8 times in the head with a closed fist.
Thank you, Jonathan. You have been here with me since very beginning. I appreciate each and every one of you. You guys are awesome. Seriously, all of you, no matter what, if it's a comment, if it's a thumbs up, if it's you're muted, I love you guys so much. And I appreciate all of your advice and all of your well wishes. Couldn't have done it, wouldn't have done it, wouldn't have wanted to without all of you guys. And I want to bring this to more people. I love you guys seriously so much. I hope that one day I can set up memberships. I want you to remember something though, that it is not about the money necessarily, though that I very much thank you and appreciate it seriously. But it is, I've been on here for hours and hours and hours, and I do it because I love it. And I do it because I love hanging out with you guys, and I'm not going anywhere. So I just thank you so much for sticking with me and being here. And I'm really excited to see where we go. Ika, the cat is like, anyway, I love you all. And Jesse, seriously, I understand completely. So do not feel obligated or bad. You guys being here and talking and chatting and encouraging and going into the comments and defending me when people come and say that I'm too mean is great. It's not mean. I'm just real. That's how it goes. Anyways, thank you again, you guys, so much. I really appreciate you all. And let's continue on with Judge Kim and his orange bow tie. He just gave a kid a weekend off. Has that ever happened before? Was that his form of a super chat? I think it was.
Father to the police. So parents are worried about you returning home. CPS is involved. And so they're asking for us to give a psychological. So we've done the evaluation. Have we gotten the report yet, Mr. Lewis?
Yes, sir. And I understand that it has been recently forwarded to CPS.
And he's level 1 acceptable. Why is he only level 1 acceptable?
Let me look at his points quick, Your Honor.
We have somebody from the department here?
Ms. Delaurier is from the department, Your Honor.
Who is Ms. Delaurier?
I'm Mary.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Ms. Delaurier, if you have a chance, you can't do it from within the session, but you change your name, put CPS in the front, just makes it easier. So, but you don't come here often enough, like you don't have to. I'm just throwing it out there. All right, Mr. Lewis, were you able to find out?
Yes, sir. There were some points lost for slow to comply, not following instructions, and sharing milk. That was on the 5th today.
Well, Malachi, I'll tell you, that seems like the absolute dumbest reason for you not to be level 1 outstanding. If you're not level 1 outstanding, I'm not releasing you. Rules are rules. Either you follow them or you don't. At one point, you'll be released from here. If you're released, then I have a say-so in where you go to. And if you want to go to a place where you have more freedom to make decisions on your own, then you have to show me that you're making good decisions. If you just want to do your own thing, then ends up you going to, I don't know, lockdown facilities through CPS, like RTCs that don't give you any kind of movement or freedom and are highly structured. So show me what we can do here, and that gives me information that I can give you more opportunities when you get out. But if you keep on just breaking whatever rules you can, just small rules, that shows me I can't really trust you, right? So it's what you do here is you're proving to me that you deserve a better opportunity when you get out of here, okay?
Sure.
So Malachi, you're not level one outstanding, so I'm not gonna release you. You understand that, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Hey, I got a question.
Yes, sir.
So I was told even if I was level 1 outstanding, I wouldn't have the chance to go home.
Well, home is not an option right now because I think you may have burned that bridge. That may be, I don't know if that's permanent or not. There's no doubt that your parents love you. I mean, I know that they do, but it seems like with your father's medical condition, it may just be too dangerous for you to be there, okay? And so it's not about them caring for you. It's they have the right, your father has the right to live, like not worry about dying, okay? Because of his medication and his condition, the injuries that occurred may actually put his life in danger, okay? And you may not have realized it at the time, but I think that's kind of what happened. So that's why we're looking, CPS is involved at this point. It is purely it's not worth dying over situation, okay? All right, so anyways, all right, do you have any other questions, Malachi? All right, thank you, sir. All right, Jocelyn Saldana.
I'm here.
All right, hello, Jocelyn. I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Sierra, is here. Jocelyn, you just turned 17. Where's that noise coming from? All right, so Jocelyn, you're brought in by Fort Worth PD for being a runaway. So December 3rd, there was a burglary habitation call. It turned out there was not a burglary, but the tenant opened the door, and the police confirmed you to be a runaway. So you have a pending case for assault bodily injury from October of last year, which evidently happened in June of last year, a perimeter. There's an open CPS case. All right, so Jocelyn, you're level 1 outstanding right now. I'm going to ask Ms. Aguirre. Level 1 outstanding happened today. How far did she drop down? Jocelyn, hold on a second. Let me ask some questions. I'll give you a chance to ask questions in a minute. Ms. Aguirre, how far did she drop down and for why?
Your Honor, she dropped down to level 1 acceptable yesterday, and that was due to detention staff stated she was being disrespectful, going to the doorway despite staff instructions, and going over shower time.
All right, but Jocelyn, this is the kind of thing that was causing problems at perimeter, right?
Can you repeat that?
These are the kind of issues that were causing problems at perimeter?
Sir, I was on drugs. I don't remember what happened at perimeter.
Oh, okay.
Your Honor, and we do have a representative with CPS, Sandra Conde. She was unable to change it to display CPS.
Who's the one from CPS?
Conde, with glasses.
Oh, Conde? Okay.
Yes.
All right. Can you unmute yourself, Sandra? All right, thank you, Sandra. So what's y'all's plan? Oh, your audio's not working. You're not on mute, but your audio's just not working. Your microphone may be off. No, we still can't hear you. I think your microphone on your laptop is just turned off. Ms. Aguirre, did you have a chance to talk to her? Like, you know what their plan is?
Yes, Your Honor. We had a meeting, Mr. Sierra, CPS, and I. They do not have any placement options for her because she is not in CPS care.
Who's Ms. Carlock? She's raising her hand.
I believe she may be a CPS supervisor.
Oh, okay. Herlock?
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm with Unbound.
Unbound? Oh, okay.
So I'm here to represent her as part of the trafficking because they have confirmed trafficking.
Okay.
So I'm trying to just assist that we are looking for facilities as well. I haven't been able to speak to Miss Selena Agueda. I have been able to speak to the CPS individual, but I wanted to say that I am looking for placements. We have had some discussion, and I'd like to connect with them a little bit better so that we can represent a little bit more.
Ms. Aguirre, how much have you had a chance to really get to know this child?
I would say I know her very well, her case very well. Details regarding concerns regarding abuse and neglect.
Okay. But I mean, as a person, you've had a chance to get to know her?
Yes, sir.
How long? So I'm assuming that she had actually spent some time out as a runaway. How long was she as a runaway?
Well, from July of 2020 to October 2020, she was in Abilene. When she returned, she stayed with mom for a short period of time at the shelter, ran away, and stayed with a lady by the name of Amanda Stansberry. Jocelyn denies that she ran away. However, mom states that she did run away, therefore made a runaway report.
Do we have mom here?
Yes, she is Carla Flores.
Oh, okay. Hello, mom. This is what I want to do. So, Jocelyn, you're level 1 outstanding, and most kids I would just release at this point. Here's the reason why I'm not going to release you right now, because you managed to run away for 4 months as a 16-year-old girl. Okay? Let me finish. I'll let you talk. I promise I haven't forgotten you. When you're a 16-year-old girl that can live on the streets for 4 months, that's not a good sign. That gets me really, really worried. Okay? And so that's why, given your court date is coming up so quickly, I'm going to hold you at least to the court date. We can reassess this. But I'm just worried that if I let you out of here, you're just going to go out on your own again. Okay? So, Jocelyn, you want to tell me something, or ask me something, or tell me something?
I'm asking something.
Okay, go ahead and ask me.
Due to the fact that I've been off drugs for 2 months, which changes the whole situation, you can't consider putting me on an ankle monitor?
Yeah, so that's one of the things I do consider. The problem is, I don't know how I can keep you from cutting off the monitor and disappearing for another 4 months. Right?
I'm not on drugs anymore. That's the thing.
Well, so you don't have to be on drugs. There are plenty of kids who cut off the monitor that are not on drugs, right? So that's my worry, is you could be sober and just make a conscious decision to cut off the monitor. Yes?
I'm trying to flip my life around. If you really go through, if you see my grades, I got 1C, that was a 79. I'm really trying to be different. I'm trying my best. I don't want my mother to keep experiencing this type of stuff. I've stressed her out enough. And I'm 17 already. This is more serious than when I was 16. I can't do the same thing.
No, I understand. You can do the same thing. That's the thing. You can, and that's what I'm worried about, is you might actually. So I'm not as worried about the charges that you have as much as I'm worried about you just running off and disappearing and ending up, in the dumpster behind a truck stop. All right. So that's where I'm at, is I don't know how to keep you from making really bad decisions. It's just the stakes are much higher. This is not like a simple criminal trespass or a shoplifting case.
Thank you, arbitrary hubris, so much. I love watching court with you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hallelujah. I keep hearing it, Mikey. I swear to God. Also, okay, now that she's gone, I can stop stooping. The 1K club, which we can really call the 1.24K club right now. Basically, the first 1,000 people that were subbed to the channel, I was calling the 1K club because they are in on the ground floor. I really, really appreciate you guys, everything that you're all doing, being here, talking about court. it may be within our small little community, but it feels so lovely to have people not be weirded out by how much court I want to watch. But seriously, I really love it. And you guys are there. You're here with me for it. So I really love it. And yeah. So you're all pretty close to the 1K club. And nobody, yeah. I didn't think I would ever be at this point. So, and that was a month and a half ago. Right before I turned 35, I was like, oh my God, I had a goal. I should start it now about a month or 2 weeks before I turn 35. Anyways, I love you all very much. Thank you for being here. Let's continue.
You've been kind of dabbling in a game that can, with really serious consequences. And so as a juvenile judge, I really have to make the effort to protect you. Okay. And so this is it's a couple more days till your court hearing. So we'll have more information then. There's all kinds of things that need to be considered. So while I have no doubt you have the ability to do fine and be responsible, I just don't know if you will. Does that make sense? I'm going based on what your history, what you've shown me. And so I'm not like a parent where I know you, I can see your heart, and I can make a decision by trusting you because there's a personal relationship here. I'm looking at a very academic, this is on paper, what has she done in the past? And if the past is a good indicator, what is she likely or capable of doing in the future? That's what I'm looking at. All right. And that's just, unfortunately, that's the way the courts are set up. Yes, Jocelyn, question?
I heard y'all say something about trafficking. Well, I'm not sure what y'all are talking about.
Yeah. So Ms. Carlock can come by and talk to you, and Ms. Aguirre can. All right. So just worry about people taking advantage of you. That's the big thing for me. All right. Okay. So especially when you're getting around drugs and things like that, you have a lot of just truly. You have a lot of uncaring people, and you have a lot of evil people. All right. And that's something I've seen as an attorney and a judge. So, but your court date's so close. I'm more comfortable holding you until at least your next court date. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Hey, Jocelyn, keep up the level 1 though. Okay. That actually, if you weren't at level 1, this would be a no-brainer for me. The fact that you're level 1, that makes it a little bit harder for me. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Ms. Aguirre, can you come by and talk to me after the
Yes,
hearing?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Jaytwan Stewart.
Yes, sir.
Someone just
All
get
right,
sent to
Mr.
the
Stewart, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm reviewing your case. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney, Mr. Pearson. This is your appointed attorney. All right, so Jaytwan, you're 16. You had one case for assault about a year ago here. You got supervisory caution. So, and you have a pending case for evading arrest out of Dallas. So, Ms. Aguirre, am I missing something? It says he has a pretrial hearing scheduled on February 24, 2020.
Apologies, Your Honor, 2021.
So the evading arrest, is that from 20 or 2021?
2020.
So he actually has a case over a year old out of Dallas County for a misdemeanor that's still going on.
That is correct.
Okay. All right. So Arlington PD brought you in January 7th. They were dispatched to a shooting. They saw several black males running through the apartments, all heard gunshots, and bullet holes were found in one of the walls. One witness said he heard shooting and heard a bullet whiz by his head. It seems like the suspect vehicle exchanged gunfire with several black males. Surveillance video showed Jaytwan and 2 unknown people walk through the apartment. The Civic stops. Jaytwan and one of his friends walk over there. Pena goes to the vehicle through the back door. Seems Jaytwan upset. Seems throwing his hands in the air. His friend gets out. Jaytwan draws a gun and shoots at the vehicle. And they drive off firing back. So, and evidently on Instagram, you self-snitched as being a member of a gang. positive for weed. All right. J21, you have a question for me, or you want to tell me something?
I want to tell you something.
Okay, your attorney doesn't want you to tell me anything. All right, I don't mind answering questions. The reason why is there is a district attorney as part of this meeting, and they're taking notes. So if you tell me something, that may just give them information about you that puts you in a worse situation. Right, so I'm doing this to protect you. It's not that I don't care. It's not like I'm trying to shut you down. It's just I'm trying to make sure you don't get yourself into trouble. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So, J21, my deal is, and I think I told you this, whenever a kid's brought in with a weapon, all right, a gun, pretty much I always hold them. And if they actually use the weapon, I'm very cautious about releasing the child. Okay, so your level of outstanding, you have been since January 25th. All right, I'm glad to see that. That's got me paying attention. I'm going to detain you for now, because I want to see how well you keep this behavior up. I don't think you understand how serious I take children with guns, especially if they use the guns. All right, you may not have known before this all happened, if it actually happened, but you know now, and that's just the situation that you're in. Okay, so I don't want to discourage you. I want to encourage you to keep your behavior up, because if you're not level 1 outstanding, I will not release you. If you are level 1 outstanding, I'm going to be very cautious about releasing you. It's just part of the problem when kids come in here with guns. Okay. All right, Mom, do you have any questions for me?
No. So it'll be another 10 days. And we'll
Another 10 days. I'm very, very careful when kids are accused of using weapons or guns in crimes. It's just, our society is out of control. I'm a big fan of guns, but I think children, if they use them, they should be around an adult with supervision. Based on what the witnesses are saying and the police report I have, it seems like that was not the case. It was a very dangerous situation.
Yeah, because we don't, all of this is new to me, just like all of it's new.
Yeah. Oh, I have no doubt, Mom, that if you knew about it, you would have kept him at home that day. No doubt at all. J21, do you have another question for me, or are you going to tell me something?
I got a question.
Okay, what's your question?
You said that I was in the gang, sir. I'm not in the gang.
All right. So according to your Instagram account, you claim to be repping the Trench Gang. All right. And so I don't know if it's true or not, but that's one of those things that if it's not true and you put it on Instagram, and that's your own fault. All right. You have nobody but to blame. If you're not with a set, then there's no reason why you need to claim a set. Right. So that just makes me more concerned. You have another question?
Yes, sir. And I was really trying to see.
Hold on. You want to say, or you want to ask?
No, I'm trying to ask a question. I was trying to see, if there's any way you can give me an EM,
Oh, if I release you, it will be on electronic monitor. But I'm not ready to release you yet, because if everything what they say is true, you actually fired a gun that could have killed somebody or may have killed somebody. We just don't know. Right? I'm just very cautious about kids with guns. You kids have to understand. Judge Kimakimbo does not fool around when it comes to kids with guns. Okay, I'm not going to say it's a zero tolerance. It's just, it slows everything down. I have to be extra careful and comfortable about releasing a kid when a gun is used. One kid I released today, there was a gun used in a crime, and he was here for 280 days before I released him. Okay? I mean, you have to understand, depending on the facts of the case, I'm extra careful. Y'all just don't understand, but I take guns and kids very, very seriously.
Those are rookie numbers compared to Fulton County, though, right? I mean, these kids are indicted at least. Tony, thank you for telling me where you're from. I do look at my stats. I love to look at the stats, and I love to look at the different places that people are from. And I was like, who is that? Like, how did they find that? Oh, that's so weird. I was like, what is in my hand? It's my pen. It's because my hands are backwards on the screen, and so I was just, anyways, okay. Let's just finish this little episode up as we are. Thank you guys. I love hearing where you're from. I like hearing where you are too, I think that's great. And if you're new here, I'm Kitchen Court Cases and I'm Canadian. Yet I spent, and that's another thing my Nana laughs at. She's like, all day, and it's not even Canadian? No, it's not, Nana. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, sir. Another question?
So, by the next 10 days, you think about releasing me?
Well, so I always think about releasing you, right? I want to treat you with respect, talk to you like a man. Every single one of these hearings, I think about releasing the kid. There are certain things that keep me from releasing it. So if you were like a level 1 acceptable, would not release you, right? There's a kid today. Everything was fine except he's level 1 acceptable. I'm not going to release him. You have to be level 1 outstanding. After that, I'm going to look and see if you drop down, when did you drop down? How far did you drop down? What are the problems that you're having? I also look at the offense, how serious it is. Was there a gun used? Did it put somebody in danger? Right? Did it show your disregard for other people's safety or their lives? Are you doing things that also works against you? Is putting yourself in danger, right? If this was in fact a drug deal gone bad, where you shot somebody that shot at you, my job as a judge is to protect you from you. Okay? So these are all factors that I consider, and they all go in. There's no math formula. I just consider it all and decide what I think is best. You have another question?
Yes, sir. So they said that I raised up they said I raised up my hands and got mad. Sir.
Now you're going into kind of what they're accusing of. Your attorney can call you and talk to you about that. I don't have all the information. I have a very brief summary. Okay. So you'll have to wait for Mr. Pearson can give you way more information than I can. Okay.
We'll discuss it, Judge Warren.
Yeah. So Judge Warren, I'm spending way more time with you today because I really like your mom. Okay. I remember her from before, and you're very respectful in court, and and you're showing a little bit more maturity. I'm trying to explain to you what's going through the process. I don't spend this much time with most kids, very few. Okay. But it seems like for you, I can see the disappointment and kind of see the confusion. So I want you to understand what I'm going through and what the situation is so that you understand what's happening. Okay. I don't want you to walk out of here being like, what the heck just happened? All right. All right.
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Mom, thank you. Good to see you. Hopefully, things will be different the next 10 days. It's just, I can't guarantee. We're just going to see. But when there's a shooting involved, I get very, very concerned, just like you do.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. That'll conclude detention docket for today.
Thank you.
Well, with the power of YouTube magic, that does not conclude our detention dockets for today, guys. Why? Because I love watch court. We usually go as long as my playlist goes. Oh, we got an iPhone user up here. What we got rolling into court today? More crazy hair. I love hearing about where everybody is and all the different places that you've been. I love to travel, but I love to come home. That's what happens when you live on a little island that's pretty perfect. Let's see. Oh, it might be a quick one. No.
At this point, we'll just see. I'll leave it on.
No, Judge Kim.
Person proceedings, when possible.
Yeah, your island probably smaller than my island. Viking. Actually, my island is like the 7th largest island in the world. But it's also pretty cool island. If you guys like that show Alone, if you've ever seen that one where they drop people off on the island, that's my island. Now, I live in the populated part, the southern tip, they call it. The southern tip of Vancouver Island. But I have ferries come to my island too. I do. But anyways, we don't get any snow here because my little part of Vancouver Island dips into the United States, so the weather is much better than most of Canada. So they make fun of us in all of the rest of Canada because they're angry mostly. They're always like, "Oh, did you count flowers today? Did you go walk outside without freezing?" Yes, we did. We do that every day. Oh my God, can the Zoom just stay like this? I would be so happy.
Monday, February 8th, 2021. In compliance with the Texas Supreme Court Emergency Order number 33, we are not conducting in-person proceedings. When possible, instead we are using Zoom to broadcast these proceedings. To comply with Texas Open Courts Act, we are broadcasting these proceedings on YouTube so the public has meaningful access to our public courts. However, I'd like to remind people this is still a court proceeding, and so people are expected to behave appropriately. So please refrain from having bright lights from behind your head, which tend to shadow out your face. Please have your cameras on unless you are an officer of the court. That would mean, it looks like all the parents have their cameras on. You're expected to behave appropriately for court, so please not be laying down, using the restroom, taking showers, eating food, or having domesticated animals across the screen. All right, so let's get this started. We'll start with Cameron Newton. Do we have Mr. Newton here?
We do, Your Honor. He's in the SO plea.
Mr. Newton. Mr. Newton, can you hear me?
Cameron, can you wave? You see him?
Oh, there we go. All right. All right, Mr. Newton, this is a 10-day hearing. You're currently in the Tarrant County Jail, but we still have to have these hearings every 10 days. Review your case, whether to release you or keep you here. If I keep you here, you need to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney, Ms. Keenan, I believe is here. Says
I'm here, Connor.
So, all right, Cameron, this is the robbery call on Caverly. All right, at the home, and this is where an AR-15 was thrown inside a trash can by TCC. So, and at the time you were on probation for unauthorized use of a motor vehicle. Ms. Keenan, where are we on this case? We're just waiting on a trial?
We are actually here on the trial docket for April 19th. However, I saw what the Second Court of Appeals ruled on Friday, or last week rather. So I was actually going to ask if he could be released because we don't know if we're actually going to be able to even do those trials.
Which ruling? Which ruling are you talking about?
Day of any in-person hearings.
Oh, yeah. So that should be for the seeking the mandamus. We should find out. Mr. Adler is the attorney on that case, so I think they extended the deadline for him to file a response to this Friday. Mr. Adler, is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so I imagine for this, they should come out with a decision within a week or two. I mean, within days or a week at most, but they'll move on this quickly. And so I don't want to quite set that off yet because this is set for April. Second court may grant it, the stay indefinitely, or, I'm sorry, the second court may require me to put off everything. They may say I'm allowed to proceed, or they may, depending on the ruling, the losing party may seek relief with the Supreme Court of Texas. So I'm not quite ready to set off yet, just because we don't know what's going to happen. But of course, if they do, I'm going to comply with that. So I have no desire to appear in a show cause hearing. So at this point, we'll just see. I'll leave it on there, but we'll definitely move it off if we need to. That's not a problem. Okay, but I'm not going to push it if there's a mandamus comes down. All right. So Mr. Newton, the fact that you were on probation at the time for burglary vehicle and unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, and this is involving a firearm, and the firearm was discarded the way it was, somebody defined, I'm just very concerned about the safety of the community. It seems like you're having a lot of other problems on probation as well. So I don't know if the trial's going to go on April 19th or not, but that's when we're scheduled for. Hopefully it does, just so you can have resolution in your case. Right? But at this point, I'm going to go ahead and detain you. Thank you, Mr. Newton. All right, next we have Hector Arevalo. Hector, are you here? Hector?
Judge, I think he's out of custody.
Your Honor, he's supposed to be in the lobby.
Okay. Okay.
I'm bringing him in.
I'm bringing him in, Judge. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. All right, Hector, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm making a decision whether to take you into custody or to leave you in the community. If I take you into custody, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, we'll provide one for you. Mr. Adler has been appointed in the interim to be your attorney. All right, so Hector, you're 16 years old. Currently, you're on probation for, well, you had probation in 2019 for threatening or using a firearm at a school or bus. And I guess, Maribel, did he finish that probation for the misdemeanor? Ms. Montalongo?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
He completed his probation and then he came in for a new offense for aggravated robbery.
Okay, so in June of last year, Hector, you got probation for aggravated robbery. Was that a determinate sentence?
No, sir.
Okay. How long was the probation for?
Till his 18th birthday.
All right. So Hector, last week, we received a referral from Fort Worth PD. According to the police, on October 30th of 2020, so that's just 2 months after you got probation, at about 2:30, they were dispatched for a shooting call. They met with Fort Worth firefighters who was treating somebody for a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. When there's investigation, he said he was given a gun by Hector to store for him. Showed a Snapchat video that Hector had uploaded. In this Snapchat video, officers see an arm with the gun being fired as a Glock. The gun being fired was a Glock. It was found in Larry's room, and it was stolen out of Pennsylvania. So you're being charged with the unlawful transfer of a handgun to somebody, providing a handgun to somebody who's under 18 years old. Ms. Montalongo, did it just look like an accidental shooting?
Yes, sir.
All right, so Mom, are you here? Are you Mom? Do you speak English? Mom, do you speak English?
No.
No? Mr. Adler, or I guess, I don't know, Ms. Montalongo, can you ask her, like, where did the gun come from?
Señora, ¿quiere saber el juez que de dónde salió la pistola?
No, pues no, yo ni sabía que la pistola estaba en la casa.
Mother advised that she didn't know that the gun was at the house.
So the aggravated robbery that he's on probation for, did that involve, that involved a knife and not a gun, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, he has not paid anything in restitution yet, has he?
No, sir.
How else has he done on probation?
He's done very well on probation. He's working, doing online school. Him and his mom are very responsible and report, check in with PO.
Look, Hector, I have very little tolerance for kids that are on guns. I'm not sure what actually happened with Larry, but he's saying that you're the one that provided the gun to him, and it looks like apparently your Snapchat account shows a video with you around firearms. This is while you're on probation for aggravated robbery, and this is after you're on probation for threatening to, I guess, shoot up a school. So at this point, I'm just not comfortable keeping you in the community. I wish you kids would understand. I draw a line when kids have guns. I'm just not comfortable with it. I have a big problem because people end up getting shot, either on purpose or by accident, which evidently is what happened now. Hector, at this point, I'm going to take you into custody. We'll review your case and decide what to do, but this could end up being a bad situation for you. It looks like your hand is raised. Hector, if you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question. If you want to tell me something, your attorney does not want you to tell me anything. I don't want you to tell me anything. I don't want you to put yourself in the spot, okay? So do you have a question for me, or do you want to tell me something?
I got some evidence I want to show my attorney.
Okay. That's your attorney. Okay, your attorney will get in touch with you, and then he will, that's something that's important. Hopefully that evidence shows that you had nothing to do with this. But at this point, I hope you understand why I'm making the decision that I'm making, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hector, Mr. Arevalo. Jabari Balo.
Yes, sir.
All right, Jabari, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you here, the law says you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And we have appointed Mr. Willett as your attorney.
Sir.
All right, so Jabari, you're 14 years old. Currently, let's see. So you have a pending case for assault causing bodily injury of a family member. And then now you're brought in because on New Year's Eve, police were dispatched for domestic. Mom said you were outside on the patio when she told you to come in. You were angry, threw rocks at her. First one missed, second one hit her. On January 15th, I released you at a 10-day detention hearing. February 5th, Mom said you had actually run away. So, all right, so Mr. Crawl, he came in on Friday on the runaway. How do we find him?
He ran away. I guess he returned to the house prior to when the cops arrived later. And so we had already issued a DTA at that point for him not being present.
So do we have a parent here?
Mom is not present that I'm aware of.
I'm here.
Oh, here she is.
Okay, Miss Washpun, is that your name?
Yes.
Okay. So how long was he a runaway for?
He had ran off about 2 hours.
Do you know how long he was gone for?
About 2 hours.
Do you know where he went?
He was in the back of the property, and when he returned, he cursed me out and my friend and destroyed everything on my patio and proceeded to throw rocks at my window, trying to bust my windows out.
So what is it with him and throwing rocks?
That's this what he do. He and all over because he didn't want to clean his bathroom. He got caught doing something, and he told me he wasn't going to do it. He'll just get in trouble for it, and that's when he ran off.
So is cleaning bathrooms, that's one of his chores?
Yeah.
What other chores does he have?
Keeping his bathroom clean, his room, helping out around the house, and he doesn't want to do that.
So he has three chores to do.
Mm-hmm. And do his work. And whenever I tell him to do something, or he get caught doing something he ain't got no business doing, this is when the rage come in, and he runs off. Cursed me out and my friend terribly.
Irma, are you taking the one we just did? No, I'm bringing it up. Okay, thank you.
And he also said he's not going to jail. He going out like Scarface. So when the police came, they had to physically place him on the ground because he was not complying with their orders.
Has he seen a mental health doctor?
I just got off the phone with JPS. I was able to get an appointment with him for April 6th. And he's also scheduled with Yes Waiver for March 25th.
So he has not seen a doctor before?
He has. And there hasn't been any official definitive diagnosis for him.
So he's never been prescribed medication?
He was like years ago when he was about 10. They put him on some medicine.
But what was he diagnosed then?
They said he had ADHD and impulse disorder. He's very impulsive.
You said his appointment with JPS was in April?
April 6th, yes.
All right, Jabari. At this point, I'm going to go and detain you. All right. I'm worried about your behavior. You know, you only went away for about 2 hours. I don't know the conditions or the circumstances. It seems like I need to order a psychiatric exam for you. And so we can figure out if there's anything going on. If I do release you, it's going to be on the electronic monitor. All right. And, you know, this whole thing about chores, I don't think, like, you kids don't understand. You've got 4 chores to do. Everything else to keep you alive, that's what your mom's doing. Those are her chores. Right? That's what you understand. Like, the fact that you're even living and fed and have a place to live, that's all because your mom's doing her chores. You doing 4 isn't really that much, so I don't get this. We'll go ahead and the doctor comes, I think, on Thursdays now. And so you'll have to see the doctor. Just be forthcoming with the doctor. We'll see if there's medication that can help you, if you need medication. All right, Jabari, I see that your hand is raised. If you have a question for me, I don't mind answering your question. If you want to tell me something, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and not say anything. Your attorney will not want you to do that. All right, so do you have a question for me? Do you want to tell me something?
I will have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
So, well, exactly what you just said. How did they find me? How am I a runaway if I'm on the panel?
This doesn't sound like a question. You have a question for me?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, what's your question?
So how am I considered a runaway?
Because you weren't where your mom told you to be.
Yeah, but I was on the panel. I know a runaway. I mean,
were you where your mom told you to be?
Inside the house.
Were you where your mom told you to be?
I said no.
Were you where your mom told you to be?
I said no.
There you go.
He's saying he wasn't, Your Honor.
Right. Okay. And that's what it is.
That's your point.
Yeah. I mean, you got to be where your mom tells you to be. That's the way it works. Wait till you're 18, then you can go wherever you want, or you can go nowhere. But
yeah, I can't wait for that day to come too.
Well, Mom, that's the thing is they'll come whether we like it or not. Hopefully. All right. And so the question is, what can we do to help Jabari along the way?
Right.
In a position when he turns 18 that he can make good decisions. That's what we're trying to do. Okay? All right. Thank you, Jabari. Thank you, Mom.
Thank you.
Eric Hernandez. Mr. Hernandez. All right, Mr. Hernandez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you in custody or to release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Sierra has been appointed as your attorney. Eric, you're 15. You've never been here before.
No, sir.
On Friday at about 10 o'clock, Arlington PD went to domestic and talked with your mother, stepfather, and your brother. Said that there was a fight that began when you slapped your 2.5-year-old brother in the face for using a curse word. Mom became upset and tried to discipline you by slapping you in the face. But when you grabbed her hand, to stop it. Brother thought you might have hurt your mom, so he stepped in to stop it, and that evidently upset you, so you used both hands to push him in the bed, got on top. Wait. So Eric, your brother used both hands to push on the bed, got on top of you. No, you pushed him. And that Jose is saying then you used your left hand to choke him for about 30 seconds. Mom was able to separate you two. Officer saw scratches on Jose's neck, but no marks on the 2-year-old's face. You said that you and Jose did have a fight, but only punched each other with body shots. And you only put hands on Jose to control him in order to punch him, so you brought her with you. Do we have a parent here?
Yes, Your Honor.
Where's the parent? Oh, there we go. Mom, do you speak English?
No.
All right. Well, Mr. Lara, I mean, really my main question is, how are the fights usual between the brothers, or is this something that's different?
Señora, el juez quiere saber si las peleas entre José y Eric es una cosa que ocurre regularmente o no.
No.
No, Your Honor.
No, which one?
It doesn't occur regularly.
How old is Jose?
17.
Is mom worried about me releasing Eric back home to her?
Señora, ¿está preocupada si el juez la deja que se lleve el niño a la casa?
No.
No, she's not.
Not worried about the safety of the 2-year-old?
Señora, no está preocupada con la situación del niño que tiene 2 años solamente. ¿No está preocupada que el niño puede estar en peligro?
No.
No, she's not.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and trust mom then. I'm going to go ahead and release Eric back to mom. Mom needs to know that if Eric is causing problems at home, that she needs to let you know so we can bring him back here to detention.
Señor, el juez lo va a dejar que se lo lleve a la casa, pero él quiere asegurarse de que si tiene problemas con Eric, nos tiene que llamar inmediatamente. Okay? Okay.
Eric, I want to make sure you understand, if, I'm not saying it happened, but if it did happen, do you understand how choking somebody escalates things to a different level that gives more concern?
El juez también quiere que sepas que cuando hay una situación donde un niño le pone las manos a otra persona en el cuello y le aprieta el cuello, es una situación que es bien peligrosa. ¿Ok? Él quiere que tú sepas eso.
Sí, entiendo.
Eric, do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Go home and do right. Okay. Do right to your mom. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Brian Hyder. Mr. Hyder, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Lewis has requested this hearing. Good morning, Mr. Lewis.
Morning, Judge.
All right. For what purpose did you request this hearing?
Your Honor, the family retained me last week. It's my understanding they had a detention hearing where some issues were raised, but I've tried to look into them, and I asked the judge the court to reset it in front of you so that we could address those issues again, please.
Okay. I mean, this is one where there's a gun show. Off-duty officer from Cedar Hill saw this kid who knew him, and he was in possession of an AK-47 pistol. So, I mean, what would you like me to, and he's pending aggravated robbery and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon case in Dallas County. So, Mr.
Yes,
Lewis,
Your Honor.
I've
done some I've checked on I'm sorry, Judge.
That's okay.
It's hard to pick up on this Zoom. I've checked into that a little bit, made some phone calls. All I've learned so far, and Ms. Brazel can step in if she knows more, but at this point, all I know is it's a referral. No case been filed yet. There's no hold. I've talked to my client about it. I've talked to the family about it. There's just a lot of unanswered questions right now. My concern is that if we hold him here, on something that may never transpire in Dallas. We don't even know if it's actually him or if they're going to have probable cause. Dallas can always bring him in for an intake just like we do here. They can have their detention hearing if they decide that they do want to pursue the case. Holding him here on the misdemeanor charge, I think, is just something that's not necessary. His parents have the way to have him at home. They've signed him up. He's on virtual school. So even a GPS would allow him to be at home, allow us to know his whereabouts, allow him to attend school. And if and when Dallas is ready to pursue those charges, they could then bring him in.
Yeah, Mr. Lewis, one of my bigger deals is he's a verified member of a gang and he was in possession of a firearm. Like I just don't know at what point, like releasing this child this early on, I'm not convinced that the community is safe. Like I don't understand how,
Yes, Judge, I talked to Mr. Boneberg, who has the case, about it just prior to this hearing, and it's my understanding that Mr. Hyder has no criminal history. If he's a documented gang member by Cedar Hill with no criminal history, it raises the question from my perspective, how the heck would he know that? I mean, if Cedar Hill puts him on a list, if the government puts a citizen on a list but doesn't say you're a documented gang member, and he's at a gun show where everyone walking around is holding a gun and he's holding
hold on. I'm not going to assume that everyone under 18 is holding a gun.
Yes, Your Honor. I just mean it's not like he's walking in a mall carrying a gun. A gun show's a little bit different circumstance.
Yeah, not if you're 16. I think the only different circumstance if you're under 18 is when there's a responsible adult with you that's supervising you. Yeah, Mr. Lewis, I'm not, if you have a gang member that's
I'm saying judges there
gun with other gang members, that one, man, that just smells too bad for me. I'm detaining him. I'm just concerned about the safety of the community. That's the problem for me. Everyone knows me and knows I'm a big fan of guns, but just when kids have guns, and that's a scary, scary thing. So at this point, I'm going to continue to detain.
I will just break in because there are 48 of you. So if there's anybody new here that wants to subscribe, please do so. We do these in the evening. These are called detention docket dinners. And what we watch are old detention dockets. These are from the early part of 2021. And it's down in Tarrant County, Texas. And in a way, we do play a little game with this. We do a detained or released. You can vote as many times as you want, which is why I think the game sort of loses its evilness, just to say, Sammy. If you listen and care to watch any of my extremely long and rambling live streams that I've put up, I'm a huge victim advocate. I'm a huge child advocate. I am there to make kids better. I have lots of experience with that. I have myself a 14-year-old child. I have a family member who was in the prison guard business. And so, yeah, that's sort of if you come around and this is your first time here and you feel a little weird with it, I would urge you to stick around and get to know us a little better, because you might end up realizing that that is probably the least off base thing we do around here. Thank you, Jonathan. I appreciate that. You are level 10 for giving me money. That's the other thing. In the detention it's almost more of a nuanced game, because the reality is once we watch these over and over, or we watched literally 50 of them, what the nuances with this particular court and when they let a kid out is very particular. There are certain things that you watch for and certain things you get to know about. We are very open to discussion, however, so I'm not even mad at you saying that. I actually get what you're saying. If this is your first time here, you might find that a little weird. Also, hi. Some people might not even know I'm in the Zoom call, but this is me in my kitchen. I oftentimes will fill the juvenile parent spot if the child's parent's not there because I care. I really do. Um, we want the best outcomes for all these kids, and I watch thousands and thousands of hours of court, even though I'm Canadian. So you should know, even still, like, I'm Canadian. I'm extra nice, extra sweet, extra sorry. I promise. So let's continue. And at a very last thing, if you really don't like it, you really don't have to stay. That's the last thing, because there's so much other stuff on YouTube. But I think you do. Anyways, let's continue.
Him. I want to see behavior from him over a period of time instead of just a couple days to decide whether it's safe to release him in the community or not. Mom, what are his grades like at school? I know he's online, but what are his grades like? Are they all A's?
Right now, I registered him to start today, just in case he was released. And so now I'm gonna have to call the school back and let them know that I'm gonna have to take him back out because I'm gonna get in trouble if he's not doing his work.
He's enrolled in Fort Worth ISD while he's here, so he's not missing days of credit.
Okay.
Right? And so that makes you feel any better. I hope you understand. I mean, I think I remember talking to you last week, and you said you didn't know where the gun came from. I get that, but this is, there has to be a certain point where we stop kids.
Also, yes, thank you, these hands. Med call. Maybe I'm late in seeing that message, but med call.
Kids from getting involved in gun crimes. And, I'm at a loss, but it seems like the only way is kids that are caught with guns. I'm just very hesitant, very careful about releasing them. It's a very deliberate decision by me, not one I just kind of take. I really don't I always err on the side of caution. So that's just the way it is in Tarrant County with kids with guns. And so I understand things are different in Dallas County. It's just, I'm the one making the decision here. Okay? So, all right. So Brian, we're gonna wait a little bit. I just want to see how it is. I mean, I understand it's just a misdemeanor, but these are misdemeanors that are the start to more serious felonies. So just your level one outstanding, keep it up. We'll review this and we'll decide where to go from there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Brian.
Am I excused, Judge?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lewis. Good to see
Thank
you.
you. Good to see you.
Okay.
Roger Jones. Mr. Jones, I'm Judge Kim. This is a 10-day hearing, deciding whether to keep you here or release you. If I keep you here, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Adniji is... Latif, are you here? No? Okay, we're going to ask Ms. McGonigal to step in. All right, so I do believe...
Yeah, Judge.
Hello, Mr. Adniji. All right, Roger, I do believe it's really bothering me that your case is pending for so long. And you've been here for a long time. I think I'd let you go over the weekend for a day. Is that right?
Also, last thing I'm going to say here is that actually what I recognize is this channel is for very diehard court people. Like, this is not even for your regular, I like to watch court clips. This is like, we watch the full thing. I don't cut stuff because stuff happens that I like to see. I hate, no offense. Like, I appreciate people that cut the videos down and do that kind of stuff. But to me, I like watching it all. So anyways, so I like to think the people that are here, they're in deep, and they are my people. They are the people that know the details of Parkdale Mall. And like, you saw me on Time Served. I was like, wait a second, I know where all of these things are happening because of Judge Kim. But yeah, it's a full deep dive, and that's the reality here, right? Like, I've seen most of these hearings the first time live. That's what I fell in love with, this kind of court community, with a lot of you guys. I had a different username back then, which we won't say because it's my real name. But I've been here. Yeah, and I've had so many jobs. Cha, we're gonna do an episode one day called My Resume, and we're gonna go through all of them. So, anyways, that was the last thing. I think that This is definitely for niche. I mean, seriously, if somebody here, this is the thing. I'm not even worried about saying this because there's 47 of you here. It's been 3 hours. So if you're new here and you've stuck around this long, baby, subscribe. We do this all the time. It's going to be a blast, I promise. Blast from the past, plus we look at all the different things. Okay, let's continue on. I'm sure some of you guys do know my real name, and it's not a big deal. I'm not afraid. But internet safety.
For 2 days?
Yes, sir.
Got your hair cut? So I see that. Mom, how was your time with Roderick?
Enjoy Roderick.
Okay.
And I mean he have grown so much, and I thank you for that time.
Now, I apologize that this case is taking so long. It is because of the coronavirus that there's this delay. If it was up to me, this would have been resolved a long time ago, one way or another, right? But I hope you understand the position that I'm in.
Yes, sir.
But I hope you understand, I still understand he's still a kid. And I'm trying to do what I can to treat him like a kid. All right, so
Yes,
Roderick,
sir.
at this point with your case, I'm going to detain you. All right, we're going to review this. We'll decide. We'll get another pass to get you out on the weekend. I don't want you to lose relationships. I don't want your mom to miss out this part of your life as you're growing up. But I hope you understand with the case I'm looking at, I have to just be really, really cautious. But the fact that it seemed like, let's see, this is Jorge's case. Jorge, are you here?
Yes, sir.
All right, so she picked him up on time, returned him on time, right?
Yes, sir.
Gave him a drug test, he's clean, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so this opens the door for the next time to review this and give you another opportunity like this. All right, Roderick?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Arnigi.
Yes, sir.
Braden Moore. All right, Mr. Moore, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing.
Hi,
Deciding whether to keep you here or
Thank you so much for being here. We have been thinking about you and sending you positive vibes. So, what a blessing that you have graced us with your presence today. We're sending you really lots of love and good vibes. Also, I was monetized, which has been a very exciting day. So, we're also explaining to some new people how come it's not that bad that we vote on the kids. Anyways, let's continue on as everyone says hi. Everyone talks about whatever they want. That's the best part about this room. Off topicness encouraged.
receive. When a kid comes in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. If I keep you here, you have to see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. And Mr. Newman is your attorney. I don't think Mr. Newman's here today. Ms. McGonigal, if you can substitute in. All right, so Braden, you are 17, you just turned 17. You are on probation for unlawfully carrying a weapon in a prohibited place. I'm going to ask Mr. Alexander, where was the prohibited place?
It was his high school, Judge.
His high school. Took a gun to school.
He was at Kennedale. The gun was unloaded. I do think that's important. He had to clip it, and there was no
Law
bullet.
doesn't distinguish between loaded and unloaded.
True.
All right, so February 1st, part of your probation, you were placed at Gold Star Academy in spring, through CPS. And your managing conservator is OCOK. Do we have somebody from OCOK here?
She's here, Judge. Miss Merritt.
Oh, hello, Miss Merritt.
Hi,
Okay,
how are
so
you today?
we had placed Braden at Gold Star. And you ran from placement while she was there to pick you up and transport you to a temporary placement. Ms. Merritt, why was he leaving Gold Star?
He was being discharged from Gold Star due to his erratic behaviors and his runaways and his stealing from other peers in the facility.
So he ran away. Mr. Newman, this is your kid here. Ms. McGonigal was covering for you. So he was so Gold Star is a non-secure facility, I guess. So he ran away from that facility?
Correct. He's run away from there and also other facilities in the past.
How many times did you run away from Gold Star?
I believe only once.
Okay.
I believe only once.
How many times did you run away in total?
Total, I'm gonna say several, anywhere from possibly 5, possibly 6
Okay.
in total.
All right. So while loading up the vehicle, the faculty accused Braden of stealing from the facility and went to search you. Then you ran off. Miss Merritt stayed in the spring looking for Braden for a couple of hours. Couldn't find you. Made a runaway report. And then we found out you were picked up in Venus, Texas around 2 o'clock this morning. You're on probation for NTCAP for UCW. Ms. Merritt, what's in Venus, Texas? Do we know?
No, Your Honor, I am unaware of who is in Venus, Texas, whether it could be possibly a family member or a friend.
All right, so Braden, I'm gonna lay this out for you. I don't like your shenanigans. You're looking at possible commitment on a felony level offense. I'm not gonna release you because I feel like you're just gonna run away from another CPS or OCOK placement. I'm also gonna let you know that you're 17 years old. So the law says I have an option of either keeping you in our juvenile facility or in the adult jail downtown, okay? That is up to you. If you behave here and you're level 1, then I will let you stay here at Kimbo. If you're gonna cause problems and set a bad example for the other younger kids here at our facility, I'm gonna have you housed downtown. So either you get your act together and you behave here and do what you're supposed to do, or we'll send you downtown until your case is resolved. You understand, Mr. Hayden? Mr. Braden?
Yeah.
Or Mr. Moore, I'm sorry. All right, thank you, Mr. Moore. All right,
Judge,
next we
may I
have.
clarify one aspect.
Yes.
Will I be entitled to a hearing prior to the court's decision as far as whether he's housed downtown or in the detention center?
Yeah, discretion of the court or when. So the law says if he's detained, then it's my discretion on where he's detained. So.
Although I agree with that, I don't know necessarily that our jail itself complies with the necessary provisions of the family code, would be my concern. So in the interest of avoiding a writ.
No, I actually would love a writ on this one. I'm confident what's going on. You will keep the you and I will keep the Second Court of Appeals busy to fix the gaps in the family code, Mr. Neiman. The way I see it, just as a starting point, if you look into it, is the requirements to stay in a juvenile detention facility apply. They're compulsory if a child is 16. And so they're not compulsory at 17. They're prohibited at age 18.
I agree with everything the court has just stated. I think where we disagree possibly is whether or not our jail has sufficient policies and locations in place for them to house somebody in this scenario. And that's something I need to look into a little bit and research a little more, though.
Well, I hope Mr. Moore just behaves and it's a non-issue.
Agreed.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Maya Pipkins. Ms. Merritt, does that answer your questions? Ms. Merritt?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I was saying thank you, Your Honor.
No, that's okay. Yeah, if y'all find another placement, let us know, but it'll have to be a secure facility.
I definitely will. I definitely will. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Pipkins, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding what, when a kid's brought in, you have to see a judge within 2 days. I have to decide whether to keep you or release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. We have appointed Ms. Johnson as your attorney. Good morning, Carmen. Good to see you. You're on mute.
Good morning.
Good morning. All right. So Maya,
Yes,
18 years old. You came here back when you were 14 for like a shoplifting case. Well, here's my question. I guess, Mr. Dotson, did we ask for a drug sample and she refused?
No, sir. They had a mix-up with the room numbers. They did get it, and it was positive for marijuana.
Okay. All right. So, are you mom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. You know she's smoking weed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You don't give her the weed, do you?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
All right, so let's see. On Saturday, about 2 o'clock, Arlington PD brought you in. They were called to the residence of your ex-boyfriend. And
You said
your
when?
child.
You said when?
I think Sunday, actually, on the 7th. Okay, so they got there, spoke to Amaya outside, saw damage to a Camaro. She admitted she was upset with her ex and drove her vehicle into his and also struck his vehicle with a tire iron. The victim said he heard you upset outside, went to confront you. We saw you attempting to put coolant in his gas tank. And then you evidently lifted a tire iron to threaten him. He was in fear of his life, but he was worried about getting hurt. He also learned that Maya and your son, his son, were in the backseat of the vehicle when she struck the vehicle. All right, so Mom, some questions. How old is this baby?
He's 1.
1. All right. Is there a court order as far as custody of the child?
No, sir.
Okay. Where does the child, I guess they just kind of work it out between them?
Yeah, I guess.
Well, hold on. Your grandma, what do you mean you guess? Does she live with you?
Yes. Yes,
So
sir.
it's your 1-year-old grandbaby. How do you not know what their agreement is?
They've been working it out. I get the baby and the other grandmama get the baby, both of them. We just been working it out that way.
Okay. Wait, the boyfriend's 21?
They met when they was like in high school. When she got to the 9th grade to Bowie High School, that's when they hooked up. She was in the 9th grade and he was in the 12th.
Did they intend to get married?
That was their plans. They talked about it. They had dreams.
Does she have any other children?
No, sir.
It's kind of outside the window, but it's possible. Is she still breastfeeding? Or is she breastfeeding?
He's on table food now.
Mom, do you know what the argument was about?
No, sir.
Is she respectful to you at home?
Yeah, she's respectful.
Well, I will say that I breastfed till my daughter was 2.5, so I advocate breastfeeding, but it is hard when teenagers get pregnant. That is one of the things you can easily help prevent with sex education. Imagine that. Judge Kim has definitely called CPS on parents, definitely done that. The one of the thing you think, yeah, she has a baby, John. Oh, John, you're funny. It's her that's breastfeeding, not the child, like her child, I guess. Anyways, let's keep.
Does she smoke weed around the baby?
Huh?
Does she smoke weed around the baby?
I never seen her smoke weed around a baby.
Actually, I have never seen her smoke weed.
Maya, this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead and order your release, but there's conditions. I'm gonna place you on electronic monitor. That you are to be nowhere, not to be within 500 feet of your child's father's home. And you are not to have any contact with either him or your daughter or your child.
My
Right.
child? What do you mean? What do you mean?
I'm saying no contact
No.
with this child.
But Judge, that can't.
I think the baby lives with the grandmother. Maya, stop talking.
Okay. He's gonna come. The baby come back with her, and we're gonna work this thing out the way that we've been doing.
Now that the child was in the car, when she ran a car into that car, if it actually happened.
Well, she was living there at one point, and she gave it back to me due to I don't want to go off into everything else. We're gonna keep it here. So Maya and the baby is back with me.
You said she was living with you.
I've been my records where I've been evicted. I have a lot of stuff that's going on, but they said keep it focused on what we are talking about right now in Somalia. Everything is out of my control.
Where was she living?
She was living there.
Well, what? But you told me she was living with you.
She's living with me now.
What do you mean by now?
I was evicted back in 2000.
Mama, that has nothing to do. They kicked it. I was with him.
He wants to, but I have to tell.
You
Yeah.
two can talk on
Maya,
the phone.
stop talking.
You two can talk on the phone.
Okay,
All
what
right,
did
so
she left her house January the 1st, 2009, 2000 this year, 2000. Yeah, January 1st.
well, then I'll tell you what. If that's the case and that's not possible, then I'm gonna go and detain you, Maya.
Huh?
Wait, what?
You said that. You said you're not gonna do that. Mom said that's not possible, so I don't
Oh,
trust.
no, I didn't hear that.
So
She don't know what. Explain it to her. She don't know what you're talking
we'll
about.
review this and we'll make a decision later on. But if I release you, it's gonna be on electronic monitor with random urinalysis, no contact with the adult victim or your daughter. And then I can't adjust that. I just want a cool-off period to make sure that it's safe, to make sure it's safe that the
Maya.
right?
Okay.
Term it out for like 30 days, 20 days. just to make sure everything-
Hello,
So
sir.
we'll review this in the future.
No,
days,
I want my baby to come home.
I've made my decision. There's no point in me talking and explaining myself. Diana Valdez.
What did you do, Mama?
Give us 1 second, sir.
What did you do?
Ms. Johnson, I understand where I'm coming from this one, right?
I'll bring her back in a couple of days. And they have a better plan in place.
I'm totally okay with that. Just make sure that there's a cool-off period that I don't have to worry about the child. Just impulsive decisions. Just because we're dealing with a 1-year-old baby. But I don't want her here.
Right.
Your Honor, it's going to be a moment before we get the next due date.
No, he may ask me to take it up. Judge, your next one's here.
All right, Ms. Valdez, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. I'm deciding whether to keep you here or release you. But keep you have to see a judge every 10 days. You have the right to remain silent. You have a right to an attorney. Mr. Beaver is your attorney. Mr. Beaver, good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, Diana.
Beaver in the house.
So on Sunday, you were, let's look back. So you were, never been here before. 4th PD brought you in. They're saying about 8:40. They noticed a white Nissan Altima pass at a high rate of speed, about 80 miles an hour off 28th Street, right around the corner. All right. So they tried to do a traffic stop, vehicle continued into a residential area at 65 miles an hour. And shortly after the vehicle came to stop, 3 female occupants, 2 juveniles, 1 adult, were discovered in the car and detained. Field sobriety tests on all 3. And Diana was the driver of the Altima, which belonged to adult female passenger. They found empty Smirnoff bottles in the vehicle. Marijuana residue. You have a parent here?
Your Honor, I believe that the mother is not planning on attending today.
Diana, you look familiar. Have I seen you before?
This is my first time here.
First time here. Mr. Ortiz,
Yes, Your Honor.
what do we do? Have you made contact with the mom? Have you talked to her?
Yes, I did.
You know why she?
I spoke with the mom. She's expressed her concerns about Diana running away and also being involved with some substance abuse. As a result of mom's request and also that she tested positive for marijuana, I went ahead and submitted a substance abuse referral this morning. And so I'm hoping to wait to see if we can get that completed to figure out what kind of services to provide.
What about, in the meanwhile, what do we do? What do we do with Diana?
Mom has refused to just participate for today. My hope is that we can reconnect her with mom so that services can be provided in the community. That's my hope. But as far as today, I think if we were to have her detained, we could probably have the substance abuse referral completed while she's here in our custody.
Your Honor, I agree with Mr. Ortiz. I spoke to the mother this morning also, and she is really frustrated with what's going on. And hopefully she'll be on a position where she's more welcoming to have Diana return home.
I mean, Diana, I don't know what the story is, what's going on. Like, I don't know, like, what demons you have in your life. But what you have to understand that every decision you make has a consequence, okay?
Yes.
Every single one. So if it's being disrespectful to your mom, there's a consequence. Running away, there's a consequence. Not studying, there's a consequence, right? I don't think you're a bad person. I just think it looks like you're just going to do what you want to do and you don't worry about the consequences. That's just what it looks like to me right now, okay? Right now, I have to detain you because I can't put a girl out on 28th Street just to walk the streets, okay? So we need to figure out what to do with you. So I'm letting you know I'm detaining you, but hopefully, my hope is you're using this chance to make some better decisions to figure out how you got here and how you keep from coming back here again. Okay? Is that fair enough? I'm not trying to be your dad. I'm not trying to be a counselor. I'm just letting you know as a judge the way it's looking out for me. And you probably have something you thought about last night while you're here. And just you have a little more time to think about it. But just figure out somewhere along the way you made a wrong turn. Just figure out how you get back on the right road, okay? All right, thanks, Deanna.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Van Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Beaver. No, we're good, Deanna. Mr. Wilson, I'm Judge Kim. This is a detention hearing. You've been here for 10 days, so I'm deciding whether to keep you or if I order release you. If I keep you, you'll see a judge every 10 days while you're here. You do have a right to be silent. You have a right to an attorney. Your attorney is Sherman. Harmony, are you here?
Miss Hamrick.
Oh, Miss Hamrick. I'm sorry, I'm on the wrong line. Hello, Melissa. Good to see you. Jermaine, you're level 1 outstanding. You have been for about a week. This is See black Altima idling in the driveway, knocked on the door, made contact, talked to your girlfriend who's been living with you, share a bedroom with a baby. Oh, arguing about a car that you had purchased. 7, when she said that you punched her several times. She said you pulled out a gun. Later on, police came, living room, and then they found a gun on you. And you are documented with the district attorney's office as a gang member. And they found the box to the gun in your room, and this is while you were on probation for aggravated robbery. Man, the fact that you're on probation for aggravated robbery, which means at a certain point you used a gun. Mr. Handy, can you keep the bright light from behind your head? Right, it just shadows out your face. It's the reflection coming off that white paper, so if you're like that, it's fine. All right, so Mr. Wilson, the fact that you're on probation means that you were willing to point a gun at somebody and put them in fear, and so it just gives me extra pause on this case. Do we have a parent here for Mr. Wilson?
The parent was notified. I spoke with her on last week and she was supposed to be here.
So this gives me extra concern. Honestly, the situations we're talking about, aggravated robbery and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. The only more serious thing from here is actually somebody being shot and killed, right? So I'm not comfortable releasing yet. It's a matter of time. 1 week on level 1 outstanding is not enough to convince me. But eventually you could get there. There are kids that no matter how serious the crime is, that they do convince me to let them go. This is a safety issue more than anything else. All right, Mr. Wilson?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, so at this point, I am going to let Judge Porter conclude this docket. Thank you, Judge Porter.
Thank you, Judge Kim. Right. Daniel Garcia. Mr. Garcia.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Garcia, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Mr. Adler, is here. You see him on the screen.
Where is he at?
Good morning.
All right. The court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. According to the Fort Worth Police Department, your current girlfriend and your ex-girlfriend got in a fight. Fight got broken up, but then shots got fired. You've been level 1-0 this morning. Mr. Adler, what are your thoughts?
Judge, I think the mom is present. The mom has a really good plan if you would release him on the electronic monitor under strict house arrest, or I guess we call it house arrest. He can go to school virtually. Judge, this is a good family. They have siblings at home that are in the community, doing well in the community. They work, they go to school. Mom's never been in a situation like this. So I'm pretty sure this mom can assure you that if he violates any part of your conditions of release, if you were to release him, she would call the probation officer immediately. We realize how serious this charge is, but Judge, if we can just order him at home to stay at home, that's what that's what the mom would be asking for today.
All right, thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thank you, Judge.
Given that shots were fired and he's only been level 1-0 since this morning, the court is not yet convinced that if I were to release him, he would not be a danger to the community. And so on that basis, I'm going to order he be detained. We'll reconsider this in 10 days. So, Mr. Garcia, you need to keep and maintain level 1-0 before I'll even begin to consider your release, okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. That'll be the order of the court.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Jordan Gibson.
Judge, can I be excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Adler.
Thank you, sir.
Judge, I believe the parent is in the lobby.
All right. Ms. Paxton, are they bringing the parent to the
Yes, I just saw Daniel come out. Mom was supposed to be here.
Yes.
She's here. She's taking her time. But
Good morning, Ms. Gibson. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every business day, 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. Your attorney, Ms. Deno, is here. Do you see Ms. Deno on the screen?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Has she completed the psychological evaluation that was previously ordered?
She completed a psychiatric.
Okay, psychiatric.
Yes, and she has been prescribed medication.
Okay. Ms. Deno, did you want to ask Mom some questions?
So I have talked to the mother on Friday. She had been visiting with her daughter each day by phone. She's aware of what her daughter's diagnosis is and that she's taking medication. She's indicated that she feels comfortable with her daughter coming home and would be asking for her to be able to be released today. I did also talk with Jordan. She is taking the medication. She's been doing well in detention and she would like to go home with her mother.
Ms. Paxton, is this Ms. Gibson's first referral?
It is, Your Honor.
Mom, do you have any concerns about Jordan running away?
No, not running away. No, sir.
Okay. What are your concerns?
Just to continue the medication to, you know, like she might feel like it's not working yet, but you know, you have to continue to take it. And that's my concern, her continuing to take her medicine to get better. That's all.
Have you and Jordan talked about the medication?
Yes, yes.
And has she told you that she's willing to do her part?
Absolutely, yes.
All right. Then Ms. Deno, I'm going to go ahead and authorize her release. Since Mom's not afraid of her running away, we'll give it a try without the electronic monitor. Now, Ms. Gibson, it's your responsibility to do two things. First, you got to take your medication that's prescribed. And second, I want you to talk to your mom every day about how the medication makes you feel. And it may go up and down, and that's okay. But every day, I want you to talk to your mom how the medication makes you feel. And that way, you and your mom together can remember those details to help your doctor find everything that's going to help you. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right. That'll be the order of the court. Thank you, Ms. Gibson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Paxton. Andrew Jordan Handy.
Yes, sir.
All right. Hold on just a second. All right, Mr. Handy, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. Excuse me. And Mr. Gladstone, your attorney is here. All right, I see that the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention based on a directive to apprehend. You're currently on probation and you've been level 1-0 since the 14th of last month. You have a hearing before me next week on the 18th. And I will note that you brought in this time for an electronic monitor violation. Mr. Gladstone, what are your thoughts? Uh-oh, you're on mute, Mr. Gladstone. Let's get you unmuted. There we go.
Which child is this, Judge? I just got on board.
That's okay. It's Andrew Jordan Handy. And I do believe his dad, Henry, is also here appearing by Zoom.
Yes, sir.
I'm hoping to get him home. I know there was a problem between him and his family somewhat, but I'd like to get him home on a monitor pending the hearing, see how he does.
Well, last time I let him go on the monitor, he decided to cut it off.
Yeah, I realized
that he was going to not do the chores that his dad had assigned to him. and used some choice words in expressing to his father the displeasure of being assigned any chores. And given the fact that he's violated the EM in the past, given the fact that he's on probation currently, given the fact that he has a hearing before me next week, even though he's been level 1.0 almost consistently for a month, I'm not sure he'll come back next week when he's supposed to. And
Your Honor, I'm sorry, may I correct you? He's not on probation right now. He's pending a burglary of a building. That's what he's going to court for. His probation expired previously. And so he's pending for a burglary of a building and a unauthorized use of a motor vehicle, which is at the same time as the EM violation.
Thank you for that technical clarification. All right, I'm going to order that you be detained, Mr. Handy. We'll see you next week. All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you. Happy late birthday, Andrew.
Oh, that's right. His birthday was yesterday. I apologize for.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dad. All right, Miss Smith.
Good.
All right, are you Miss Smith?
Yes, sir.
Miss Smith, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney, and your attorney, Miss Johnson, is here. Do you see her on the screen?
No.
Carmen, can you say good morning?
Morning, you see my hand?
I can hear her, but I can't see her.
All right, they probably have a limited view on the computer in detention. All right, the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. You've been level 1.0 since yesterday, and you have a hearing before me next week. Ms. Johnson, what are your thoughts?
Your Honor, the alleged victim in one of these offenses does not wish to prosecute, and we've let the district attorney's office know that. I'm not sure what they're going to do about that. And there seems to be some other issues with the other part of the petition, but it was my understanding her mother wanted her home.
Does she have a parent or guardian here today?
Your Honor, I did speak with the parent on last week. She was supposed to have been here.
Okay.
So I would ask that you release her to her mother when the probation officer is able to get in touch with her. Again. I know her mother works nights, so this would be the time that she was probably asleep. And I'm concerned that that might be part of the problem.
Ms. Washington, does Ms. Smith have prior referrals to the department?
Yes, she does, Your Honor.
And that was for?
She just completed the probation of assault on a public servant. That probation, she completed it on January the 7th of this year.
She was on probation for a year, and that was out of Judge Smith's court?
Yes, Your Honor. And Your Honor, she did have, for the FYI, she did have a psychiatric evaluation. She has her medications, trazodone, Zoloft, and Abilify, and she has been taking them.
Okay.
She had a psychological evaluation that was conducted on the 2nd. That report is due back on the 9th, which is tomorrow.
Okay.
The mom had some trouble getting the MHMR appointment to get the meds, and so they did it through juvenile probation.
And Ms. Washington, you talked with mom, and she's willing to come get Ms. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to authorize her release, but I'll do so on the electronic monitor, given the fact that she was on a previous probation for an assaultive offense. Ms. Washington, let me check one more thing. I also either want her released on a sweat patch or to come in for weekly UAs. given the fact that she was brought in a month ago and tested positive. So, all right. All right, that'll be the order of the court. Thank you, Ms. Washington.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Johnson.
Your Honor.
Solange, medicine every day as prescribed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Make sure you come back to court next week, Ms. Smith, okay?
All right.
Your Honor, did you order sweat patch and random UAs or just one or the other?
One or the other, and I'll let y'all decide which is going to work best for her.
You can do the sweat patch.
Sweat patch?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I would prefer that, but I know that with COVID and everything, there are different restrictions going on. All right, Lionel Taylor. Are you Mr. Taylor?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Taylor, my name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And your attorney, Mr. Gladstone, is here. I will note that the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. You've been level 1-0 for the last 4 days. And according to the police report, Fort Worth PD responded to a domestic disturbance on the 23rd of January. Upon arrival, they met with your mother, and she informed officers that she returned home and was informed by the 11-year-old nephew that you had slapped the 11-year-old nephew on the head when he did not get out of the chair that you wanted to sit in. When mom confronted you, you pushed her and slapped her allegedly. Okay. Then also threatened to kill her.
Can I say something?
No, you have the right to remain silent. And I imagine Mr. Gladstone wants you to keep quiet for right now. Okay.
Agreed.
No positive UAs. All right, Mr. Gladstone, what are your thoughts?
Judge, is there a parent here today?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
My understanding is the mother is refusing to accept parental responsibility. A CPS case was already opened, so a new report has not yet been filed for that particular refusal. However, CPS has instructed me to go ahead and try to file another report.
In my understanding that CPS representative came out and spoke to my client and had a conversation. So I guess if parent is not willing to take him back, I'm looking for the option of maybe placing him in a boys' home or CPS care to get him out of here.
All right, Mr. Richardson, Mr. Gladstone, let's give mom until Wednesday to change her mind. And I want mom and CPS or one or the other here on Wednesday. Mr. Taylor, wait, Mr. Richardson, does he have any prior referrals to the department?
No, Your Honor. My understanding is that the family moved here December of 2020 from Missouri.
Okay. Mr. Taylor, you're level 1-0. You have been the last 4 days. I want you to maintain that until Wednesday. You do that, and that gives me a good reason to think that it would be okay to release you. However, we're going to give your mom a chance on Wednesday, and if mom's not here, then I'll release him to CPS. All right? As long as he's still level 1-0. Okay?
Question and clarification, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Do you want her in the building or can she Zoom?
She can Zoom in.
All right, yes, sir.
But I want to give her one more chance to rethink this decision. All right, Mr. Gladstone, will that work?
That'll work. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank y'all. All right, Mr. Thompson.
Give him a second, sir. He's in quarantine. They're walking the laptop down to him.
That'll work. Is that Wednesday? Ugh. I have had days like that. What time did I tell you? Noon. All right. Speak for yourself. Speak for yourself. All right. Almost there. Almost there.
How you doing?
All right, Mr. Thompson.
Yes, sir.
All right, nice and loud. Good, I can hear you, Mr. Thompson. My name is Judge Porter. The law says when you're brought into detention and initially detained, you must see a judge every 10 business days thereafter. This is your 10-day hearing. You have the right to remain silent. You also have the right to an attorney. And I don't see Mr. Graham here, so I'm going to ask Ms. McGonigal to step in on your attorney's behalf. So the court has previously found that probable cause exists to believe that you engaged in delinquent conduct sufficient to warrant your initial detention. On January 24th, you were referred in custody by the Fort Worth Police Department for unlawfully carrying a handgun, more specifically a pistol. And Fort Worth police officers observed 5 juvenile males quickly exit a Chevy Tahoe, walk into a convenience store. A few moments later, officers observed the, Tahoe quickly exit the parking lot, driving at a high rate of speed. So they pulled him over. Officers told the other, well, let's see. Oh, report of a robbery. Oh, this just gets worse and worse. Eventually, the officer detained you and observed a silver 380 lying in the grass next to the building. Handgun was recovered. All right.
Excuse me, Drew. Told you to wait till he finished talking.
So you have been level 10 since the 27th of last month. That's great. You have a prior DPP for state jail felony theft and misdemeanor evading arrest. Mr. Dotson, when did he complete that DPP?
July 24th, 2020.
Okay, so nearly 6 months ago before the current referral, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and are you mom?
Yes, I'm mom. How you doing?
I'm better than I deserve, Mom. Mom, what's going on?
He got caught up with the wrong people in the wrong crowd. Traylon is not like that. I promise you. And I'm here to help him and support him in all matters. I just think, you know, he needed to sit down for them little 10 days to get his mind and stuff cleared, which is good. But I'm pretty sure if you release him today, sir, everything will go good further than that.
He's got a hearing before me next week, right?
I'm not for sure. He do?
On the 16th.
Oh, okay, on the 16th. Okay.
Okay. Now, you understand I'm really scared that he already had a DPP for what we call a state jail felony.
Uh-huh.
And now he's caught with another weapon. You understand how that kind of scares me?
Yes, I do. I do understand how you scared, but you wouldn't have to worry about that. You wouldn't
have to worry about that. That's my job.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I know. And I'm sorry for saying that you don't have to worry about that, but I'm just saying he had got caught up with the wrong people in the wrong crowd, the wrong time.
Where'd he get the gun?
You want to speak, Traylon?
Oh, no, I'm not asking him.
Oh, okay.
I'm not asking him. I'm asking you, Mom. Where'd he get the gun?
From my understanding, I don't know. I don't know.
Did you give it to him?
I didn't give him no. I wouldn't dare give him a gun. He's a minor. I wouldn't dare do that. And that ain't like trailing to even carry a gun, to be, be around stuff like that. He wasn't raised like that. I know for sure, I felt like, I can't even get my thoughts together, but I know for sure that I didn't raise him like that. He know better than that. He know way better than that.
Well,
And it really messed me up when I heard the charges about the gun and that they try to put everything on him about robbing. So he don't do that.
Mom, let me ask you something. If I were to release him, I would be releasing him to your custody.
Yes.
And if he doesn't come back to court next week, if he cuts off an electronic monitor and runs, two bad things can happen. The first one is I will issue a warrant for his arrest. That concerns him. Second bad thing concerns you. I could issue a warrant for your arrest that results in you being taken to the Tarrant County Jail. And you would be held there until Traylon turns himself in, which that might be a day. That might be 6 months while he's on the run. Are you willing to go to jail for him?
I know for sure if you release him, we wouldn't even have to worry about all of that. You see what I'm saying? Because he's not going to do none of that. I talk to him every day. I feel like he got his mind together. You know how people got to go through stuff to see stuff? And I pray that it seems like he see that them people who he was around ain't meant for him.
But Mom, we know kids. They do things impulsively. He runs away.
No, Judge, I'm just saying he's not going to.
But I gotta ask you.
Second chance.
He was on DPP and he successfully completed it.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, can you have faith in me for my son? That's all I'm asking you. Can you have faith in me for my son?
Where's he go to school?
They was going to Trimble Tech.
Okay. How are his grades?
His grades is good.
What does good mean?
The lowest grade he had got was an 89.
In what class?
He's really not good at math, but like reading and all the other stuff is good. But his brother helped him as well. They both in the 9th grade, so they help each other.
How old's his brother?
His brother is 14.
Okay, so Traylon's a year behind in school.
Yeah, I had held him back at elementary so he could, because he wasn't catching on like the other student was in his grade level. So I held him back. All I'm just saying, if you just work with me, have faith in me, for my sake, for my son, you won't even have to worry about this. And yes, I do. I would want to monitor for him. I'm a single parent. It's kind of hard, but I know what I need to do for him. Me and him already had a long talk. I hate that he got to go through this, but I'm telling you, if you have faith in me, you won't even have to worry about seeing us again until the 16th. That's the next hearing, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just saying, that's all I asked of you. He not no trouble kid.
Where's he getting the marijuana, Mom?
I'm not for sure about that, but you know what? I was working nights. My manager switched me over to mornings so I can watch them more closely. I'm just telling you all the things that I'm going to be doing to prevent all this, because I was working at nights. I mean, I had my brother and them to go check up on him while I'm at work and stuff, but I still have to work at the end of the day. But all that stuff he was doing and whatever he was doing and who he was around, it won't be like that.
Do you work on Saturdays, Mom?
No. I had her to request me off on Sundays because I told her that's family time. But I asked her, just to work. She know what's going on with my son because I communicate with my boss.
Mom, that didn't answer my question. Do you work on Saturday nights?
I don't work on Saturday nights no more. I was before. Because I need
When's the last time you worked on Saturday night?
Maybe like 2 weeks ago. Maybe like 2 weeks ago.
Mr. Victor Dotson, sorry, Mr. Dotson.
Yes, sir.
This is his fourth referral.
Yes, I think that included one of them prevention intervention situations also. Let me make sure.
What was that prevention intervention?
It's a program that they do for young kids that I guess, like in her case, single mom. It's a intervention program to try to help Traylon, I guess, because his dad wasn't there, to not go down this path. That's my understanding with that program. I don't know how he qualified for it. I don't know.
That was in 2015, and he didn't have anything until his previous DPP for evading and theft.
We had evading in June of 2019 that was supervisor caution. Then in August is when he had the theft of property and another one that he got DPP for.
Oh, I'm showing the offense date of June 23rd.
Yeah. Okay. They put them together then. Okay. Because the first referral was June 23rd for the evading, but the other referral with the theft of property was in August. So they DPP both of those together.
Okay.
Well, in the process, they supervised caution the evading, and they put them on DPP for the theft. Looks like.
I'm going to authorize his release on the sweat patch and the electronic monitor. He's on house arrest until he has to come to court next week. If he has a single EM violation, Mr. Dotson, please let me know, and I will issue the DTA. I will also consider whether or not to issue a warrant for mom's arrest. Sure. Mom, I'm going to release him to you. You're responsible for making sure he stays at home. Doesn't go anywhere. If he wants to go to church, he can watch church online.
Okay, so we can't go to church. Just watch it online.
You can watch it online at least until the hearing next week.
Wait, okay? I have a question for him.
And then I'll consider adjusting that next week on whether or not he can go to church in person. Okay.
Okay. I have one more question. So he can't leave the house.
Period. Unless he's got a doctor's appointment, then Mr. Dotson is verified. That's the only thing. He needs to be doing school virtually.
Okay. Yeah, they do that. They do that now. They have started doing virtual. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I expect him to be completing the classwork to Trimble like you told me he'd be doing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And I expect that math grade to go from 89 to 90 next week, okay?
We trying to get it there. We trying to get it there.
Ordered for it.
You know, you said sweat patch. You want a sweat patch?
And electronic monitor.
Thanks, sir.
All right. Don't bring in the next child, please. Section 5408 of the Texas Family Code provides that when a child or children is under the age of 14, the hearings.
Well, guys, thank you so much for coming. I think that that mom made it happen for her kid, which is weird because usually they make it worse. That tends to be what happens is they make it worse. Anyways, guys, I have some learning to do about some YouTube stuff, and I appreciate you being here, but I am going to be coming out with more content very soon for us. And so I thank you all for your generosity, your time, your experiences, your past and your futures and all of it. And I'm so proud to be part of it. I'm proud of all of you. I want you all to remember you're really valuable and you're special and you're important to me. So don't ever forget that. And you've made it through every single day before this, and you can do it again. I know that too. You have a 100% track record for making it through the day. So, anyways, guys, love y'all. I will talk to you later. Have a wonderful evening. Tomorrow is Thursday. Oh, check out Credence and Mikey in the morning. Mikey was here working on his stuff, so please go check them out. Time served as well, looking at legal stuff. I want you guys to make sure you're sub to all of them. I know you probably are, but thank you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Leave 20 seconds for that tape delay, just like Judge Kim says. And have a great night. Bye. And good luck, Keeper.